Which runway are they using today?
2-3. Just here. First beep of the day. Welcome to Lorry Watch. No, I'm just kidding. tedconingsby.co.uk. How we doing? Welcome to the home of the 48 Fighter Wing Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath, home of the United States Air Force in Europe, USAFE. Part of the 3rd Air Force, one of the original 10 Air Forces. HQ's out in Ramstein Air Base, and not only are they the HQ for USAFE, also for the United States Air Forces in Africa. And here we're at RAF Lakenheath, which was operated originally and constructed as a Royal Air Force station in 1940. Started life out as a decoy airfield, and then 1941 first residence, 20 operational training unit with the Vickers Wellington, and it became an independent station as it was under the control of Mildenhall from 1941. Became independent in 1943 with 149 and 199 Squadron, eventually operating both of them the short Sterling bomber until the closure between end of the war till the opening in 1948, making home for B-29 bombers and home to the United States Air Force. Oh yes, from 1948, and it's been a United States Air Force base since 1948. B-29s with various bombardment groups, the 2nd, 307th, but let's not forget the very first unit to set foot here, the 7504th Base Completion Unit. But they became an air squadron as well during the time of Strategic Air Command during the Cold War. Saw the likes of B-29s, B-50s, B-47 Stratojets. Oh yeah. Now I would have liked to see a Stratojet, I really do. Don't know what, there's something about it. If you've ever had a look, have a bit of research of B-47 Stratojet. Oh yes. And that took up until 1960. On the same year that the Beatles formed, on the 15th of January 1960, was when the arrival of the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing arrived, with 3 of their squadrons, 492nd, 493rd, 494th Tactical Fighter Squadrons arrived here with their black bare metal, aluminium chrome affecting livery on their F-100D Super Sabres, with a brief change to the Phantom between 72 and 77 was the arrival of the F-111 Aardvark, and welcoming back the 495th, who were called the Thundervarks. Between then and 1991, saw them take part in El Dorado Canyon, the longest combat mission in history, 13.5 or 14 hours, 3,500 miles, to strike targets in Libya. Also taking part in Serbia as well. Conflict in Yugoslavia. The 493rd became renowned for their MiG killers. They've actually got a canopy of one of the MiGs that they took down. And as we start to say farewell to the F-111 Aardvark. So between 91 and 92, we also said goodbye once more to the 495th. Now, from 92, we welcome the air-to-air combat aircraft, the Strike Eagle, for the 492nd and the 494th. It wasn't until 93 and then 94 with the arrival of the F-15 C&Ds for the 493rd. And then after 30 years of being inactive, we welcome back the 495th with a name change called the Valkyries, and they brought with them the F-35A. So here today we have a nice mix. But a year after that, after the 17th of December 2021 of the arrival of the F-35A, the 493rd became inactive for a very brief period, and they too brought with them in 2022 the F-35A. So we have 2 squadrons flying the F-35A and 2 squadrons flying the F-15E Strike Eagle. So in numerical order, please, Ted. So the 492nd Fighter Squadron, the Mad Hatters, locally known as the Bowlers, they fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. Guns up. Next up, the 493rd, as we mentioned, from 2022, they've been flying the F-35A, are the Grim Reapers, and the 493rd are the squadron that's flown the most variety of aircraft. I think I counted about 18. It's meant to be about 20, but I'll track the other 2. I've got to 18 that I could find. Next up, the 494th Fighter Squadron, the Panthers, they fly the F-15E Strike Eagle, bleed red. I can never get this in order, but I'll guess it anyway. One day I'll get it right. The finest, baddest, meanest. And finally, as we mentioned in 2021, the 495th Fighter Squadron, the Valkyries. And they fly the F-35A. Welcome to RAF Lakenheath, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all good. And the sound that you can hear in the background is the sound of the F-35A's Pratt & Whitney F135 PW100. And it is a huge turbofan. That's not last year's Typhoon display pilot, it's part of the engine. Producing a whopping 43, it's a bit early for that, isn't it? It's a whopping, it's a whopping 43,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner on a single engine. Now, if you put that into perspective, that's like strapping a human being to a rocket, really. That's 2 and a bit Typhoons in just one engine, just to put that into perspective, and that's impressive. So, options of taxiing down, we could see them taxi down the catwalk, which is this taxiway here. This is what we call it on the Ted Coningsby channel, the catwalk. Officially it's called a taxiway, we prefer catwalk. And to our right is the Warrior Walk, named after the Lakenheath warrior who was excavated and found after 1600 years. Been buried with his horse, full armour, sword, shield, offerings, and he was buried in the base with 426 other remains that were found as well. And you can see the Lakenheath warrior at the Mildenhall Museum. That's not the base, it's actually in the town. Do check it out, it's a really good museum as well. So aircraft that are flown here in chronological order, if I may, if I can. So I'll tell you what, here's a funny one. 1940 fake Wellington bombers made out of plywood. How's that? Because it was a decoy airfield. Then 1941, the Vickers Wellington, a real one. And eventually in 42-43, we had the short Sterling bomber. 1948 was the B-29s, and then B-50, and then B-47s. 1960, F-100D Super Sabre. 1972, the Phantom. Oh yeah. 1977, F-111 Aardvark. 1992, the F-15E Strike Eagle. 93-94, F-15s C and D. And then 2021, F-35A. Nice. I think I've got them all. I think I remembered them. very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, wherever you're watching from in the world. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. I'm here live in the official aircraft viewing area. Hope we're all good and feeling well. My name's Nicholas, I'm your cameraman and commentator. And I have with me our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, on the controls. Wouldn't be the same without him. He's enjoying the day, enjoying the sunrise, and enjoying the spooling engines that you can hear there of the F-35A. Off he goes, look. Lovely. So it won't be long. Runway 23 in use. If you're unsure if you're coming here, of course, don't forget, aircraft will take off into the wind, although that's easily said because the wind doesn't conveniently go exactly down the runway in the most convenient way. But one little indicator that you can have a look at are these PAPI lights, these 4 red lights either side of the runway, although at this angle, oh yeah, you can see them all. Yep, so they'll be switched on facing the runway in use. There we go. So we know that runway 23 is in use. They won't be switched on facing the other way at runway 05. It's the same runway strip, but they're called different numbers because it's the direction of travel. If you don't know what runway numbers are, nice, quick and easy way to explain it. They are directions of travel. How many degrees are on a compass? 360. So I said runway 23. If you were to have your aircraft here, and you're lined up and wait, if you had a compass, you'll get a, I'm going to make this up, but it could be even accurate, you're going to get a bearing of, let's say, 232 degrees, right? And you're thinking, okay, why is it not called runway 232? I'll tell you why, because it sounds like a level heading, and that can confuse a pilot. So you may hear speed 21, turn left heading 232 degrees, it might sound like a runway, and it will just get complicated. And also, runway numbers change quite often, and I'll explain. So what do? Okay, so you round it off to the nearest 10, 230, 230, right? And all you got to do is take off the last digit, leaving you 23. There we go. Now, on the opposite end of the runway, same again, take a bearing, get it, bearing, right, 52 degrees, round it off to the nearest 10, is 50, take off the last digit, leaving you 5. Now, it's called runway 05, but in the US, they do just take out that 0 as well, and just call it runway 5, but you can hear both, but there we go. And you'll always find, here's a little thing for you, you'll always find that runway numbers have a difference of 18, 2, 3 and 5, 18. Coningsby 0725, difference of 18. Mildenhall 1028, difference of 18. Why? Because it's 180 degrees the opposite end, right? There you go. Why do runway numbers change? Well, the compass points to magnetic north. Magnetic north changes. So we said, got to round it off to the nearest 10. If it goes way out, and will then mean another runway number when you round it off to the nearest 10. So we said 232 degrees, just making it up, right? If it changed 4 degrees to the west, then when you round it up, it'll be 24. So there you go. That's why. Oh, look at this. Here we go. Taxiing down the runway, the F-35A. Here comes trouble. So sometimes they'll taxi down the catwalk, sometimes they'll taxi down the warrior walk. In the words of the Count from Sesame Street, 1 F-35, 2 F-35, 3 F-35s. Yep, I've had some porridge this morning. just 7:15 here in the UK, and we have 3 F-35s taxiing down the runway. Here we go. 5th generation stealth fighter. F-35A, 15th of December 2006. Designated as the AA-1, which flew on the 15th of December 2006 with Chief Test Pilot John S. Beasley at the controls. F-35B entered service in July 2015 with the US Marine Corps, followed by the US Air Force's F-35A in August 2016, and finally the US Navy F-35C in February 2019. Ted's flown in one of these with the Valkyries, the 495th. Flew in 5600 and 5604. Climb Tuesday. As well from tower as well. I think I'm deaf or I got tinnitus or both after that. But that was exciting, absolutely thrilling. Always a buzz here at the 48th. And nice to get 2 quick climbs with that as well, right? And we got more, here we go. Here comes trouble. More F-35s, oh yes. So, like I said, really good to see quick climbs on a Tuesday, why not? But again, as I mentioned earlier, they do have to get requested. They must be requested and they must be cleared as well. Quick Climb Tuesday, it's official. And wow. Yeah, they have to be cleared by ATC at RAPCON, Radar Approach Control at Lakenheath Tower, of course, because there are other aircraft in the skies, and having something going at an unrestricted rate would need to have some extra additional work from air traffic controllers to make sure that there's no traffic up in the skies that would find it quite conflicting with a fast-moving, unrestricted climbing rate aircraft. So that's why. But always good to see, though, right? We'd never say no to a quick climb. Only available in the sporty coupe version, a single-seater. Maximum speed Mach 1.6. Now there are 3 main variants with slightly different specifications. hobby craft there. Right? Plenty of F-35 departures already this morning. I don't think it'll be too long now for the F-15s. I can see the ground crew at the EOR now, so that's always a good sign. So let's see. There we go. Yeah, the ground crew are out for the F-15s, and they've just started up. Brilliant! Look at that time. Excellent. There you go. You'll get to see them. Nice. Sound. Oi, how you doing? All right. How's it going? Okay?
Yeah, all good. Saw you down at Fairfield.
Yeah, I remember. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, I brought a little dog this time. I was supposed to be meeting another guy that I met at Fairfield. He lives in Gloucester and he just come down. Right. So there's a couple just gone off.
Loads, yeah.
No, I can't bought quite a lot. All right.
Everyone's going out in a minute.
Good action. Which way are you going?
So the howling sound you can hear in the background, that is a start-up of the Pratt & Whitney's F-100 229s of the F-15E Strike Eagles. Oh yes. Of course, each howl that you can hear, that's one engine, so of course the F-15E Strike Eagle has two, so every two you can hear is one aircraft. It's time for some fweeps. Get ready, ladies, gents and teddy bears, for some F-15E Strike Eagle action now. Some aircraft can go out for any time between 45 minutes to 90 minutes to 3 hours. It's depending on what they're doing. So just give yourself that sort of time. But you know for a fact that you'll have half a burger or half a chocolate bar in your mouth when something's coming back, so always have your camera ready.
Morning.
Morning, mate. All right, buddy, yeah?
Yeah, you good?
Good, man.
Sitting there online yesterday looking at the magazines, and it's got new houses being built by me and mate. There was always like background noise. Yeah. Also the tapping and patching. Literally happens a lot. She looked at the same thing last week as something. Exaggeration, we get like them trees that I think are close up. Sitting on the sofa, it's how low it is where I was working. So look out the window, that's how low it is. It was 100 yards away. That happens a lot. She looked at us, back in the corner. And like where the building, you know, like the concrete mixing site they had, the Chinook, their silos are 60, 70 yards from our house. And the Chinook disappeared behind that. That's how it is. It's too quite open. But at the moment there's lots of smoke down the island. You look out my house, and the A11 is a bit further than what we are now trying to fly and work with about 600 yards. Screened by trees.
How we're doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Lakenheath, and even more startups that you can hear there. How good is that? Welcome to the show. My name's Nikos. I'm the cameraman and commentator. What's going on? What up? How we doing? Let me show off the fweep baseball hat. The sound of the Pratt & Whitney's F-100 family engine, so they could be in the F-16 or the F-15, and fweep, get yourself a official Ted Coningsby fweep. The only place to get look at that, 3D embroidered as well, beautiful, and with Ted Coningsby embroidered on the backs, official snapback as well. Oh yeah, available in the white and the black embroidered as well, so embroidery, so pretty cool. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator, bringing you live military aviation. And of course we didn't just rack up and stack up, we have made contact to let them know we are regulars here. They know who I am, but it's always nice to you know, just to check in, because we've got a good relationship, because of course what we do has of course courtesy of due care with what I do as well. So we are in the official viewing area as well, and it's always nice for me to sort of relay the messages around the base as well. So don't touch the fence, don't climb the fence. Ladies and gentlemen, resting ladders on the fence can damage it, and of course there is barbed wire, and should you fall, the first thing you're going to do is get your hands out, and that might end up in a hospital trip there. But if you see any exits and entrances and gates, crash gates, please don't block them with your vehicle. Park legally and sensibly. There are bins provided. There's a burger van just outside the enclosure as well. Plenty of parking in here, and if you can't find parking in here, there's a lot of parking along the way, but please don't block. There's a driveway and a footpath just there, so please don't block there, and also the actual gate that goes into that area of the base. And yes, enjoy something that's not written anywhere, but if you do come at night to take some night photos of the aircraft, which can be quite exciting, please turn off your flash, because it can be very off-putting to pilots. And of course enjoy and just to have fun, and of course please take your litter home with you. There are bins provided, as we've said, but we always as a Ted Coningsby recommendation to okay, thanks for the message there, buddy. I got that now. Thank you. So I just got a message about the just give me a moment. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the TED Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the TED Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Oh yeah.
That's what it was. It's like everyone's saying everyone's got breathing.
Well, I've been here a couple of times.
Look at this. Lovely F-15E Strike Eagle. Nice. Checks, making sure it's all good. So this is a 48th fighter wing method of doing the final checks. It's a post-taxi check. So once the aircraft has started up, they'll do all the pre-flight itself and post-taxi checks here on what's called an EOR, end of runway. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope we're all good. Here he is, Ted Coningsby. Squadron leader Ted, oi oi! Wheep. Lots of sweepage now. All right, buddy. So we got the 492nd Fighter Squadron, the Mad Hatters, locally known as the Bowlers, a tradition of wearing headgear, potentially came from when they left France for here on one of their deployments, or when they first arrived, wearing berets, and they said it wasn't really needed. There is a story behind it about wearing the beret and headgear. So they decided to wear bowler hats, as it's British. So, so I guess they call themselves the Bowlers, but it is spelt B-O-L-A-R-S. beautiful F-15E Strike Eagle. Air superiority at its finest. An absolute icon, a product and an answer to the Foxbat. The first flight of the F-15A was made in July 1972, and the first flight of the two-seater, the F-15B, which was formerly designated as the TF-15A trainer, was made in July 1973. Now, the first Eagle F-15B was delivered in November 1974, and in January 1976, the first Eagle destined for a combat squadron, the 555th Triple Nickel, was delivered. The single-seater F-15C and the family version F-15D models, they entered the Air Force's inventory in the beginning of 1979. did hear lots. Start smashing that like button, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Drop in as you've been cleared to touch and go the like button, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Oh yeah. already had 2 quick climbs as well today. Nice. Pauline Gilby, how you doing? Oi oi, Simon Watchorn, Davey, Alan Burden, Mark Moody, Joshua Brown, oi oi, Meth, Margot Baxter, Susan Kelly, oi oi to all of you, Toby McDonald, oi oi. Hope we're all good. Mark Riches, not Captain Vader, Keefy Boy, Mark Roger, oi oi to you, Simon Watchorn. Hope we're all good. Paul Mayers, how you doing, man? Hope you're good. Oi oi to you. Thanks a lot, all of you who are tuned in. There's even more lady sheds and teddy bears. Look at this. Oh, I think you can only fit 6 on that EOR, mind. So, but we do have an EOR here next to us. The North EOR at runway 23. This over here, look at this. Beautiful. That is. Now traditionally the colours represent a squadron. Now the red tail flash that you can see represents the 494 Fighter Squadron, and blue represents the 492nd Fighter Squadron. We did have Eagles in yellow once with a tail flash of yellow for the 493rd Fighter Squadron. Now these are the modern ones because World War II they were actually reversed. The blue was actually the 493rd, yellow Panthers the 494th, and red the Mad Hatters 492nd, and that was during World War II with the P-47 Thunderbolts. All that changed though, however. we've had. Even quick climbs as well. Oh yeah. Going back, I think. Yeah, this one's going back. Oh, we've got more coming out. Looks like we've got 2 squadrons at the moment coming out. So that's a lot of aircraft. F-15 time. got him all right. Morning we've had already. It's 8:45 here in the UK, and there's still a good portion of F-15s to depart. I hope you're all enjoying it, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Don't forget to help the channel, support it by smashing that like button, and of course subscribing to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, bringing you live military aviation around the country. And welcome. It's only Tuesday. It feels like we're halfway into the week already. Like on Thursday, let's say Wednesday, Thursday. Wow. So yeah, prepare yourself for some more departures. What we see is literally what we're going to get, a lot. here the 494 Fighter Squadron, the Panthers. And I'm not sure if they're the only ones, but they were actually awarded the Navy Meritorious Unit Commendation for their actions in Operation El Dorado Canyon in April 1986 with their F-111 aardvarks. It was 24 F-111 aardvarks from Lakenheath, and there was some Sparkvarks EB-111s from Upper Havard as well that took part in this. And I've got a funny feeling the 494th are the only US Air Force to have been awarded that. I think it is quite a high commendation. Found it. Finest, baddest, meanest. Activated as the 57th Bomb Squadron Light, and that was in January the 15th, 1941. Just like the other squadrons as well, with different number designations, 55, 56 and 57th Bomb Squadron Light. The lineage of the 494th was actually the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron, until they also had another name change, a number designation to the 88th Bomb Squadron Light, but eventually in 1943 the numbers were redesignated to the numbers we know today, the 492nd, 493rd, 494th and the 495th, and that was in 1943. Yes, you. Now the 494th, not to take it away from the other squadrons, they are, and they have a good reputation and winners of many awards and trophies. One of them being the Raytheon Trophy as well in 2018. 2019. was a 66-year-old trophy, and it was announced in 2019 to be the recipient of the 2018 Raytheon Trophy. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Lakenheath, home of the 48 Fighter Wing. And it's the only wing with the name as well, the only US Air Force wing with both number designation, the 48th, and the name. And the reason for that, for our regulars, is because when they reactivated after the Second World War in '52, they were actually given wing status. They were actually the 48th. They were actually only a group at that stage, even though that's still a good thing. They did serve under 70 fighter wing at the time during Second World War, P-47s. But they got wing status on the 10th of July 1952. And they found themselves back in France at Chaumont, in the Chaumont-Mortier region, and 20 miles away was the very workshop of Baffoldi, the man who designed and built the Statue of Liberty. So with that, with the celebrations and a name ceremony from the mayor of the region of Chaumont-Mortier near Paris, it was only fitting to name them the Statue de la Liberté, and that's what they still have on their official 48th Fighter Wing crest, their badge, still going today. And they even sold I think it was a 1950s sports car. I think it was something like $1,700. And hello. And they funded to make a 3-meter replica of the Statue of Liberty, which is still there today. And they even made another one and brought one here, a replica for here at Lakenheath as well. Now in modern day times, the 494th has been credited with over plus 70 victories of Iranian drones during combat air patrols. Now, I don't think they're going to count as aerial victories, but I don't know how that would work in modern times, but the way the future goes, I guess it's going to be unmanned aircraft, but whether that counts as an aerial victory, I do not know, but that's a lot of kills, right? Usually you'll find when they're out on deployment, they're named the Expeditionary Fighter Squadron, so the 493rd EFS and the 494th EFS, for example, or even the 492nd EFS. Okay, well, what goes out must come back, right? Here we go. Which one are we going for? Okay, this one. Here we go. F100 229 time, here we go. Smashing out £29,000 of thrust each. So 58,000 combined, here we go. It's a lot of power, but it is a big aircraft, mind. Or at least larger than the F-35, anyway, here we go. lots of departures for us to enjoy. Hope you're all enjoying this, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all well. There's a U2 coming to England. Yeah, for some circuits, I think. It's on its way. U2. You might see it. You never know, it might do a little cheeky little flyover. Fingers crossed. up more trouble crossing the runway.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Thanks everyone for getting us to 86.4k. That is amazing. We've got more F-35s crossing the runway now. 2 F-15s looking possibly waiting for the one that went back. There was one that went back. So possibly waiting for another aircraft for its flight. expected. I wonder if we're going to get the, you know, that emotional stuff. What a day we've had here at the 48th. It's been amazing. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. Well, some of these low approaches have been pretty cool, huh? You never know what these F-35s are going to get up to. They're so agile. The F-35A, the fittest of the three main variants, shall we say. G tolerance on the airframe at plus 9G. F-35B plus 7, F-35C plus 7.5. And if I got this right, I think we've got some taxiing up the Warrior Walk. If I got that right. There's some over there. Hang on, what's going on here? Oh yeah, they're the ones that come back, right? There was some taxiing that taxied across the runway. Well, you got your F-15s.
And many more.
Lovely. I'm pretty sure we've got F-35s taxiing now. I can hear them. And of course we can hear those in the distance as well, just crossing the... They'll be taxiing back after their arrival. I'm pretty sure we had some going the opposite way. Oh yeah, you're right. You alright, kiddo? How's it going? All right, mate?
Yeah.
Good.
Are you still streaming?
Yeah, just about. Oh yes. Well, definitely taxiing this way. Definitely coming towards us, I would say. So we might get the U2 just to our right, just coming over the trees, but might come in that way. But the clouds don't look great at the minute. Okay. There were a few F-35s that probably started just to the left here where the Alpha jets used to be, and the Skyhawks. Do have the Dragon Lady just getting closer. It is potentially doing circuits at Mildenhall, but not very often you see it on ADSB, I'll tell you that. Descending, it's at 21,000 feet. With the cloud we got at the moment, that cloud cover probably no, but we'll see. Just about to turn now. We might catch it over Point Charlie. U2S just turning very slowly.
That's up.
Yeah. 15,000 feet and dropping, descending now. Might catch it if it goes below 10, but we'll see. You can see more trouble taxiing across the runway. Quite a few actually. 14,000 and descending. We may not even see it at all, depending how far, because it is going to be using runway 28. Let's see. If only it was yesterday, it was at Mildenhall, right? That would have been while we were talking about the U2 and the history here with Mildenhall. Feet. It is. Should be just to my left, if we can see it. Somewhere along here, 7,000 feet. Right on here. Over Stanford training area.
That's down that way, Stanford.
Okay.
Camel, straight.
Because sometimes they're sitting in the garden, it's like in World War III. You hear the planes out here, and you can hear the lads practicing on the ranges.
Yeah, just over there. So it's going to just go straight into 28 and do circuits. Might catch it in that little bit there, but shame it wasn't here.
Two up there.
Yeah, it's this way.
Is it?
15.
Might be that one that went back in.
Yeah.
No, it's for Mildenhall. I think it's got an hour. I think something like that. I'm just wondering where it will turn to go back into the circuit. Whether it will be, you know, still an approach here, just put it down. lining up with runway 28 at Mildenhall. If I see it, of course I will just get in a bit of zoom action in there for you. There's all sorts of taxiing going on down there with the F-35s. I'm not sure what is going on. Like I said, they're always they're always up to trouble of some sort, aren't they? They're always up to something. I don't know what they're doing, playing hide and seek, or I don't know what it is they're doing, but we might see a little bit of it from here. And that's why I do say when we're at Mildenhall that you just get some exotic aircraft there. Although, you know, you can go and see, if you're up early enough, the U2 at Fairford and then wait 12 hours or so for it to come back. It's still an exciting aircraft to see very close to here. So for those at Mildenhall, oh yeah, nice one. See how potluck can work? You turn up at Mildenhall, you're there, and then suddenly a U2 turns up. Why not? Anyway, in the meantime, we have trouble. Here we go. It with the external missile railings. Look at that. Oh yeah, they want to be now. Okay, you take away stealth, but when you're in defense, you want to be seen because you're mean. This is my area. That's how it is. All right, buddy. Oh yeah. Well, I still can't see it, but it's the clouds for you right now, not behaving themselves. Look at these two, look at them. Beautiful. 5th generation stealth fighter. for those wondering why the F-35s are just stationary here, they could be waiting for a number of reasons. They could be waiting for another F-35 or another aircraft. There could be an F-15 in their flight, could be waiting for clearance, could be waiting for a tanker, could be troubleshooting. All the pre-flight checks on the F-35s are done at the hangars, not like with the F-15s here. And it was a bit of a change in 2021, where of course before December 2021 it was an Eagle wing with F-15C, D and E's, and it kind of changed the maintenance squadrons around with the arrival of the 5th generation stealth aircraft. A very different aircraft, very different handling when it comes to the servicing and maintenance of the aircraft, and of course all the checks and startups, etc. With this in mind, they actually devised fighter generation squadrons. Now what that means is, before the arrival of the F-35s here at Lakenheath, there was one sort of maintenance squadron, the 748th maintenance squadron, and between them they would service and maintain and take care of the Eagles, okay, Strike Eagles, or the F-15 C and D Eagles. Now with the arrival of a very different aircraft, this made way for a split or a reorganisation, shall we say, or what we call on the TED channel reorg, where they devised fighter generation squadrons. Now what that means is there's one squadron, a fighter generation squadron, so if you get a patch with FGS, that means it's belonging to that maintenance squadron. So one maintenance squadron has their own aircraft, okay, so that's how they've done it. And there we go, and this is one of the reasons why they were waiting for this. Here we go. Let's ride. Oh. Historic and nice that the U2 has just landed at Mildenhall, because that's where it was once home. There was Mildenhall was its home at one point, along with the SR-71 Blackbird. Beautiful. The LN tail code for Lakenheath. And, although it did have a bit of a change, it had a few changes in its history. Of course, when 1960, when the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing arrived here at Lakenheath, they brought with them, of course, those beautiful bare metal skinned F-100D Super Sabres, and different tail code system then, a little bit traditional to almost the Second World War markings, where you would have 2 letters, and they had a letter L for Lakenheath and a second letter to denominate the squadron. So it was LR for the 492nd, LS for the 493rd, and LT for the 494th. Now this changed in 72 when they brought out the Phantom. They changed that system to LK. However, this only lasted just for a few months, where they changed it to LN, which is what we have today. Amazing to think, well, we've got the very first aircraft that arrived in 1941. With number 20 operational training unit, beg your pardon, number 20, came all the way from Lossiemouth with this, the Vickers Wellington bomber, the very first aircraft to operate at RAF Lakenheath. The Vickers Wellington, ladies, gents, teddy bears. When we compare in 2022, well, actually it arrived in 2021, the F-35A. So then and now, the very first 1941 20 OTU with a Barnes-Wallis geodetic frame. Look, now you can see the fence there in the background, and from our crash site that we visited, the Vickers Wellington as well, you can really appreciate how much damage it could take and still survive. The geodetic frame built and designed by Barnes-Wallis. Maximum speed of the Vickers Wellington, 235 miles per hour with a service ceiling of 18,000 feet and with a 4,500 pound. If we travel forward in time, 80 years later, this arrived with 18,000 pounds of bomb load. Maximum speed at Mach 1.6, the Vickers Wellington 0.3 thereabouts. 18,000 foot Vickers Wellington service ceiling compared to the F-35A 50,000 foot plus. The rest of that's probably classified. I wouldn't need a spacesuit. Oh, hello. of the characteristics of stealth fighters is that if you look at the nose, it's not completely round, it's tapered, and that edge, I'll show you on a model, goes right up to the start of the intake. Oh, hello. Remember I said about the narrow landing gear on the F-15. Definitely when you compare it to the Eurofighter Typhoon, look at that, it is very extremely narrow. Quite close together, aren't they? Fighters, have a look. The radome is not completely round, it's tapered, angled, and that line goes right here on all these stealth fighters. Here we go. That's right, here we go. creating drag. So it was like a huge piece of metal just completely not really aerodynamic, just sticking a piece of metal to create a bit of drag to assist in slowing the aircraft down. Yeah, 100% now. When I look at the landing gear on the F-15 compared to the Typhoon, it's so much narrower and closer together. Look, for such a large aircraft. I think it was Tresby that spotted that out to me too. So you get a little bit of a rock, a little bit of a wobble sometimes, not always, but with such a large airframe and a lot of noise out there. Something's making a noise over there. Can't see it. Hello? You're meant to be stealth, eh? Here we go. First invisible aircraft, but like I've mentioned before, stealth aircraft are not entirely invisible. They're not completely invisible to radar. They do have a profile that just not shows up as a stealth, as an aircraft. Su-57 and the J-20, 22 Raptor, the F-35.
She was in the light.
Characteristics, of course, is to have a low metal profile, and there's a few, like I mentioned earlier just then, you can see that the radome, the nose is not completely round look, but what I found in every single, the Su-57, the J-20 and the F-35, F-22, all, just on the stealth fighters, the nose here, where it's not round, where it's tapered and angled as you would expect on a stealth, is you've got that line, that edge goes right into the very start of the intakes. It's a characteristic that I've seen on all of them. I'm pretty sure that's on all of them there. So again, how does it work? Well, the thing is, I've mentioned it before. So first of all, less metal. Secondly, I mean, it's got, I think it's made of pretty much plastic, or the posh way to say it is carbon composite. Also, you want to angle your stabilizers as well, and I'll explain. And also the actual coating, it's made with RAM, not the computer stuff. The it's radar absorbing material, it's called. And the whole point of radar is literally, first of all, you want to know how a radar actually works, okay? Now, we've spoke about the SSR many times, the secondary surveillance radar, and how a transponder with two words, transmit and respond, sends out the signal and comes back. Even in World War II, the Eureka and the Rebecca system as well, it's waiting for a hello, I am here. Even with alarm systems as well, they're always, when they're using pulses or a landline, for example, it's waiting for a hello, I am here signal to the alarm receiving center. So when you get monitoring alarm receiving centres. They're waiting for that, and when the pulse has been stopped, then they know, hello, someone's there and wants something. So, just to, you know, make a little basic example of how radar would work with how far you are. Basically, you're in a cave or somewhere where you can hear your echo. The further you are away, the more delayed your voice is going to come back to you, right? So the closer you are. That's pretty much how radar works, okay? So say for example we're a radar now and we're sending out radio waves, and that's pretty much what it is, and we're waiting for them to come back to us. So this is where stealth can start to cause a few problems with radar. You see, the profile of a stealth aircraft can sometimes be sending back a signal about the size of a tennis ball or a small bird, which is something that, if you are on the lookout for aircraft, is something you're not really interested in. You're looking for these shapes. So yeah, like I said, that stealth aircraft are not entirely invisible. Sometimes they will give out such a weak signal that it's so weak that it may not even pop up at all. So this type of landing is called an aerodynamic braking. There we go, using the undercarriage to create huge amounts of drag, basically turning that undercarriage into a huge sort of parachute, let's say. It just brings down that force and drag to the undercarriage just to slow the air. It's almost like making a giant air brake, really, and that's just to take the stresses off the braking systems and the front landing gear, really. Nice way of doing it, save your tyres a little bit there. Oi, oi.
Are both running behind schedule. So they're probably done that. It's very rare they put three on the fast though.
So of course my model that I've got here is the F-35B, but it's a good one. It's right in the middle of everything. So this is where I said, someone mentioned it on one of the other streams about the F-35A and B. How can you tell the difference just from looking at them? Ignore this little, actually you could get that on the F-35A, but it sits about here. I mean, okay, so if you took away the markings, the F-35B is a lot smoother up the top here, but the F-35A's got this little lip that sticks up here, and you get the boomstick area here. It's kind of a little, just the back here is a little bit different if you were to look at it from this profile. But of course, there's all sorts of really cool stuff on the F-35 A, B and C. So there are 3 main variants. I'm pretty sure the F-35B's stabilizers have been trimmed because the F-35B has the largest engine of the 3 main variants. But we'll talk about that in a bit. Let's get some more action. Comes another one. So yeah, as I was saying, there are 3 main variants, the A, B and C. They all have a different purpose. The A variant is the most popular around the world. There are a few other variants, but they are based on the A variant. So the, like I said, the A variant, that's your CTOL aircraft, conventional takeoff and landing aircraft. It's got a G tolerance on the airframe at plus 9G. Okay, again, just to reiterate, this is an F-35B engine. The Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW100. And other than that, it's a phenomenal aircraft. It's got 18,000 pounds of payload. Range Mach 1.6, just like the others. Got more coming. The F-35B, different though, however, because of the Rolls-Royce have added some bits to it. In fact, it's Rolls-Royce that have added the lift system, which is why the Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW600 is the largest engine of the 3 variants. Actually, there's only 2 variants of the engine. The F-135 would usually finish, okay, with sort of just here. The PW600 variant is all the way out here because you've got a bit of Rolls-Royce here. Now, I say a little bit, in fact, it's Rolls-Royce that put the lift in there. Here we go. We'll do this intermittently. It's pretty phenomenal. Coming in just sort of intervals at the moment. Yep, there it is. Just beyond the trees. No landing lights on this one. the F-35B then. This is the one that can hover. So this is the F-35B. It's what's known as a STOVL aircraft, short takeoff and vertical landing. Now I know what you're all saying, can it vertically take off? The answer is it can, but it's not very economical and doesn't do the aircraft a lot of good. You can do it, just not on full payload, and of course just a little bit of gas will get you going. So for a full payload you can initiate what's called a short takeoff, and they are impressive, by the way, ladies, gents, teddy bears. So what happens then? So the it's got a plus G rating of +7, and although it's got a Pratt & Whitney F-135 PW600, it's the largest. It's almost double the size because it's all the way out here. Reason for that? Okay, let's open this up. First thing is the auxiliary air intake here. Stops FOD. Has a filter for that, but also starts to suck in some more air for you, and this is basically your filter, your auxiliary air intake. Okay, now when that opens up, you've also got these that open up, and I'll explain. So this is all Rolls-Royce. It's Rolls-Royce that put the lift in the F-35B. It's got a 50-inch diameter lift fan. This is the lift system, and basically it's like an engine but positioned vertically. So you've got your thrust there. Produces 20,000 pounds of thrust just from that, and it pushes down all that thrust from here. Now this is connected via a shaft, again Rolls-Royce, and it's connected to the front of the F-135 600 engine. Now inside here, as you got your low bypass air going through, you've got here roll posts, again Rolls-Royce, to adjust the lateral part, but that's not quite finished yet. That's not going to get you hovering just yet, because Rolls-Royce have got this free BSM, that's free bearing swivel module, basically thrust vectoring, where there you go, that's your thrust pushing down. You've got your elevators here, so you can start to do some flappy and hovering around, do some cool stuff. The question I get asked a lot, can it hover with the landing gear up? The answer is yes. When you see it at air shows with the landing gear down, this is a procedure that has to be done for safety. Can you imagine if something happened and then the pilot realizes, oh, I've got my landing gear up? So yes, that's why. So it can hover without the landing gear down. All right. So there we go. It is slightly smaller. They've done a lot of weight reduction. I'm pretty sure they've made the stabilizer smaller on the F-35B, but that's something I've just got to look into. Produces a maximum 41,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner. And next up, of course, we got our carrier variant. This is our huge beast, a larger wing area. Now, because it's a carrier variant, the F-35C, with a plus G rating at +7.5, it's not your usual airframe. Any carrier variant would have the airframe strengthened for the stresses of being on a carrier. The F-35C has a larger wing area. In fact, the wings are 2.3 meters or 8 foot wide, basically 4 foot either side. All right, so a good meter and a bit wider, and the wing area is bigger to give it more lift. Okay, it's got a double twin axle at the front, so you've got two wheels at the front. It's got a strengthened axle and suspension here because it's been going to be pulled from a catapult, the F-35C. Again, 18,000 pounds I think it is of bomb load, and it is a massive carrier variant aircraft. It does have the arrestor hook, but it's not your usual arrestor hook either. It's a very different arrestor hook, this one, to cope with being caught. The F-35C has also got wing flaps here as well. So that's unique, not like here where it doesn't have it. It's just got your ailerons, and that's about it really, just to keep it simple for that. A little bit about the F-35, which you can notice. We've got the electro-optical targeting system that's on all of the F-35s, which is pretty cool, isn't it? The EOTS, or the electro-optical targeting system, is an electro system that's available in F-35's Block 4 development, and incorporates a wide range of enhancements and upgrades, including a shortwave infrared, high definition television, an infrared marker, improved image detector resolution, enhancements to increase the F-35's recognition, and it's here, this thing here, which you may have noticed, this little glass crystally, I think it's made of sapphire if I remember correctly. How cool is that? How posh is the F-35 getting now with a bit of sapphire underneath? I'm pretty sure it's sapphire glass. These are pretty cool as well. The DAS, they're on here, they look like little bits of hexagons. That's really cool. Just quick one on the F-35 just before I talk about the DAS is the way the canopy opens, the hinges at the front, which is pretty cool. That's good, isn't it? So that's so the distributed aperture system, it's just those little bumps at the front of the cockpit. It's a new gen sensor system, and it's pretty cool because it provides 3 basic categories of functions in every direction simultaneously, and it connects with the pilot's helmet as well, the missile detection and tracking, including launch point detection, countermeasure queuing, the aircraft detection and tracking, so it gives it situational awareness, infrared search and track, IRST, and the air-to-air missile queuing, and provides the imagery to for the cockpit displays and pilot night vision. It's pretty cool, really. It's the AN/AAQ-37, and that's the aperture system, so it's these bits here on there. Again, like I said, the F-35 has RAM all over it, even the canopy as well, with electro-absorbing sensors. They can appear blue and orange, but ultimately they all look the same when you look straight through, which is quite cool. Another one. The other variants are based on the F-35A. Okay, so you may have heard of the F-30, the Norwegian F-35. So just quickly, so the F-35 B is drogue and probe, and I'm pretty sure the F-35C is drogue and probe as well. The F-35A is boomstick. The F-35B doesn't have an arrestor hook, okay, just on that note. The F-35 Norwegian variant has a drag chute, bit like... Oh, you're off, buddy, yeah? Take care, man. Yeah. Thank you. Bit like that shark fin area on the BMW or the Skoda that's just here. It's like a shark fin, and it deploys a chute, basically to cope with the sort of terrain of Norway, for example. Just for example, so if you've got icy conditions, quite helpful for that as well. You've also got the the F-35I, the Israeli variant, with its own weapon system software. In the future, I think we're going to get a CF-35, which is a Canadian variant. Perhaps it will be a carrier variant. I'm not sure what that's going to be like. Again, I don't know. Maybe you do. But there we go. That's the F-35A, B and Cs. The gentleman just about to go now, he's not seen F-15s here before, and he got more than he wished for today, which is great. Always love stuff like that.
Okay.
Whereabouts you go? I've been to Sherry. We stayed.
The F-35B does not have an arrestor hook. No, it doesn't.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, that's the biggest.
We're doing ladies, gents and teddy bears. I've kind of lost track of what's out there, but never mind. I'll go and get myself a cup of tea. With the birds, isn't it? Really relaxing, a bit like Mildenhall Stream at the moment, isn't it? Nice. Yes, sorry about that, forgot to tell you, the F-35C does have folding wings as well. Forgot to tell you about that. And why not? It's great to put in your pocket, space saving.
Well, that's what I've done.
Right, it's time for a cup of tea, I think. Not sure if they're all back. I've got a feeling they are at the moment, but you never know. You're watching the Ted Coningsby channel. Live here at RAF Lakenheath. How are we doing? Hope you're all good. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the show. So we've had a little look at the F-35 variants really briefly. Now I'm just going to show you my generic engine for those that don't know how jet engines work. This is a generic one, although it's almost a Pratt & Whitney a Ted and Whitney, Pratt & Whitney Tedgin. There you go, that's better, isn't it? So there's our this is a generic jet engine, and if it was not for this bit here. If you took away that bit there, this would be almost like a I don't know, a 747 engine, I don't know, something like that. But what I'm saying is that you've got the afterburner, which is going to make it, oh, well, unless you're Concorde, of course, but nice. But yeah, this is a generic turbo fan, so it's got a turbine and a big fan. Oh yeah, you got the turbines and the fan at the front, amazing. So this is our generic jet engine, by the way. So well, all you need, even for your car, your motorbike or your plane, you're going to need fuel, some air, and then something to ignite it. That gives you your engine. That gives you on an aircraft, that gives you your thrust, of course. Of course, if you're a propeller, then again you're using the propulsion and your shaft horsepower to generate that power. Again, you know, when you see the very front of big jet engines, it's pretty much like a huge propeller, basically. It's literally a huge propeller. But thing is, we need to make it economical, because fast, you know, fighter jets, they do use a lot of fuel and they need a lot of air to combine that fuel, all right, to combine and mix in with the fuel to ignite it and generate the thrust. The thing is, with jet engines, you're going to need to get in lots of air, but the thing is, you've only got so much air to put in. So the way you do that, the easy way to get around that, and also to get it to combust better and make it more economical, is to actually compress it. All right, you're actually pressurizing it. So when you blow into a balloon, that's pressurized. When you've got gas canisters of oxygen, when you're going scuba diving, that's a lot of air, but just compressed and squeezed into a tight space. So same with our jet engine here, our generic one. So our air intake's all the way here, you know, for on our F-15 or F-35, it's going in. And what happens here, when it goes through this fan, it meets a set of compressor stages, okay? So this is the cold section of an engine. So you've got your low pressure compressor. Now these are huge little, keep saying, these are compressor blades. These are blades that go all the way around, and they all turn and spin. You get some stator vanes that don't, and that's to guide that air and channel it and create a bit of pressure. So this is the low pressure as it's spinning round, but you'll notice all jet engines get smaller, and narrower, because what you're doing, you're squeezing and squeezing and squeezing. On a Eurofighter engine, the EJ200 engine, I think it's 26 times you've compressed that air. So it's gone in this much and you've squeezed it down 26 times. With the, I think, do you know, I keep getting them confused between the two. I think the Pratt & Whitney's F100 229, I think, compresses it 32 times. That's impressive how you got this much air and you've squashed it down to 32 times. So once it's gone past, so my generic one has a 3-stage low pressure compressor. Once it's gone past the low pressure stage, it goes to a high pressure. Now this is where it gets narrower and narrower, and it's squeezing it and squeezing it and squeezing it. The air that goes around, that's your bypass. So fighter jets have a low bypass. The Eurojet 200 on the Typhoon has a bypass of 0.4 to 1. That's not 40%, that's less, by the way. If you're thinking it's 40%, it's less than that as a ratio. So you've got your compressed air, and it goes through the combustion chamber now. This is where it combusts, but this is where it gets mixed in. Bit like making a nice burger pate. You put you put your seasoning in here, except here you mix in compressed air and these beautifully spaced out injectors, and they're the spray nozzles, and they spray, and they're done such a way that all the atoms are mixed in economically as well. They're done in a nicer way to mix it up. And this is the hot section now, and this is where you ignite it and bang. Now that combustion, that kinetic reaction, that strike, that bang, starts turning these high pressure and low pressure turbines. Now the turbines actually power the compressors because of that energy that's been pushed through with the explosiveness and the kinetic energy. It starts turning this shaft. So the high pressure compressor, the high pressure turbine is now powering the high pressure compressor, and the low pressure turbine is now powering the low pressure compressor. How cool is that? So when it's here, that's thrust for a standard jet engine. However, now what about afterburner? All right, so let's take my EJ200 engine. From here, it's producing 15,500 pounds of thrust. Now, afterburner or reheat, they're the same thing. Now think about the words. You're reheating something. You're burning something after, which is why you've got these spray nozzles, these afterburning nozzles after. But the problem is you haven't got your beautiful, reliable, economical compressed air. It's not compressed anymore. You're just literally bleeding out pure fuel into non-compressed air. So although it gives you more power, in fact it increases power by 30%, it ups your non-economical fuel consumption 3 times, by the way. But that ups it to 30% more power, and there you go, you've now got 20,000 pounds of thrust. But again, it uses more fuel because you haven't got the compressed air, and that's why compressed air is so important, because it doesn't need as much fuel to do it, so it's quite economical that way. The exhaust nozzle, that's controlled by various things depending on the manufacturer. So you got hydraulic, they don't make noise, the hydraulic ones. These are really important, this opening and closing. It's got to match the pressure that's coming out. It's got to match the flow of the thrust as it's coming out, because if it doesn't, you could actually end up stalling your aircraft, or at least maybe perhaps give a what's the word I'm looking for? It could do a flame out as well. I need to just double check which one it is, but it's actually quite important. The 229, or the Pratt & Whitney's F100 is pneumatic. It's got a actuating nozzle, actuating convergent exhaust nozzle actuating system, and it pushes out this air. It's pneumatic, and it uses the air and it pushes through and it opens and closes the nozzles that way, which is where we get the fweep. There we go. So we've got thrust, we've got our aircraft moving forward. That's all lovely. So that is my own little way of just trying to explain in basics your jet engine. That's how you get the thrust. Now we need a bit of lift. They're just looking a bit emotional. Yeah, so your fweep sound, that's the air, because it's pneumatic. As it opens and closes, it's pushing air through, and it goes fweep, and that's the noise you get on the Pratt & Whitney's F100 family. So you can get that in the F-16 and F-15 of those that have the F100 Pratt & Whitney engines. The GE F110s don't, because they are hydraulic, or at least mechanical. So that's your actuating systems. Okay, clear to land, runway 23. we all doing? Hope we're all good. Captain A, oi oi, Davey, Margot, Spanner Flight, how's it all going? Summer watch on, oi oi. Hope we're all well. Dr. Soda, Iron, White Wizard, Chris Bloxham. Hope you're all well. Sounds like the U2's just taking off by the sound of it. Something's making a delightful sound. Here we go.
Really missed a good chance of firing an Apache yesterday.
Oh, right.
I'm not kidding you, mate. They come past my house.
Really?
Where I live on a new development.
Yeah.
So there's our house,
Yeah.
our road, line of trees about 50 yards deep. Probably closer than here to the road. Sitting in the lounge, ironically, looking at camera lenses.
All right.
Online. And because where they're still building, there's a lot of background noise, machinery and plant and whatever. All of a sudden, just heard something. I looked out, and I kid you not, just come treetop level. See how close it was.
No
My missus
way.
was working.
That's brilliant. Oh, what?
My missus was working at her office. And I tell how close it was. I went, Sue, look out the window. That's how close it was.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Chinook had a similar thing last week. Chinook went out and come back. Trouble is, it's like, you know, you don't hear them. They're literally right on top of you. But our sprays do the same thing. So, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, really close.
Oh, wow. We've got another one coming in now.
I'm going to make a move anyway. You take care.
Oh,
mate.
right,
I'll see
okay,
you
mate.
soon.
Yeah, good to see you, mate.
See you
Have a good one.
later.
Take care.
Cheers. See ya.
Bye. And here it is. Here we go. Still going. Nice.
Yeah, safe, safe drive back. You two got main hook up in your tent. Go. Yeah.
Thanks a lot everyone that's tuned in today. Hope you're all having a good time. Looks like a few people have left and gone to Mildenhall by the look of it. I don't blame them if they've never seen a U2. And it's a good opportunity. So I hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here in the official viewing area at Lakenheath. And we're just having a good time, Ted and I hope you are all enjoying it as well. And Lilo Double Fly Guards March, thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. A high five for that one. Thank you very much, Guards March. Thank you very much. And also Babs R as well, thank you very much. Guards March, a high five to you. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership times 5 as well. Thank you for that, Guards March, Babs R. Michael the AV spotter, 9 months, now a member for 9 months already. I can't believe it's this long. Time really does fly by. Thank you very much. We Stevie Boy gifted a Ted Coningsby membership. High five, Guards March, thank you so much. Andy Hancock, thank you very much. Thanks for the early start, Nikos and Ted. Oi oi, and an oi oi to you. A Guards March to you for the super. Thank you so much. Nate75, put my F-35 on Hilltop with my name on it. Nice. Guards March, thank you very much for the super. Doug Ross, high five. Thank you for gifting the Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. Nate75 again, thank you very much for the super. We'll find out about that. I can hear that U2. Pretty cool, isn't it? Margot, thank you very much for the super chat towards Ted Salmon Bagels, Guards March. 8th day, thank you very much for the super chat as well. Not even 8 o'clock. And or 0800 hours, and already the action is red hot. Thanks, Nikos and Ted. Thank you very much. Blackhawk NZ, good to see you on here. Thanks a lot, Blackhawk NZ, for your super chat. Guards March. Joshua Haddock as well. High five. Thanks for the info on the U2, man. We'll just make do with listening to it because I can hear it rumbling. Thanks a lot, Joshua Haddock. High five and a Guards March for gifting the Ted Coningsby membership. Davey, 25 months member and also part of our Spanner flight. What a journey. Thank you all so much. A truly wonderful community. 100k on the way. Send it. Thank you very much. Captain Jerry Donnelly, wake up, little Susie. Wake up. Well, that's a good one. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up. Thank you very much. Guards March. Bull T 850, member for 4 months. Did you know those things mounted on the side of the F-15 intake are called fast packs and are external fuel tanks added later? Thank you very much for your info. Rock Ape Chappie, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. Rinse Win Hat, 8 months of great coverage at TCS. Woohoo! Thank you very much. Christopher Carr, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. A Guards March to you. Margot Baxter, thank you very much for the super sticker, which is a burger. That looks tasty. I will try and get one in a bit. Margot, thank you very much for that. Jake, member for 24 months. Congratulations on your 2-year milestone. Guards March. Simon Watchall, thank you very much. High five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you very much. Guards March. Ted just got stuck on the mic there. Right, be right back. Just going to go and grab a cuppa.
early on, yeah, would be the half past 700.
How are we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. What's going on? What up? Hope we're all good, ladies, gents. Welcome to the 48th, or the home of the 48th Fighter Wing. And welcome. And let's see what I've got for you today. What's in store today then, Teddy? What we got? What we got, mate? Let's have a little look what we got here now. Right, let's have a little chat about the 48th Fighter Wings history then, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Hope we're all good and well. My name's Nikos. Where's Ted? Hang on, I've lost Ted. Ted, where are you, mate? Give me 1 second. Let me go and get Teddy somewhere. Ted, where? I've actually lost Ted. Where have I left him? Oh, I know, he's in the van. He's probably having his dinner. Hang on. Let's go and get the little fella. Hang on. Ted, come on, mate, you're wanted. Ted. Right, I've got Ted now. That's all good. Ted's all good now. Let's have a little chat about. I'm going to do this a little bit different. Normally, I talk about the base history. Let's talk a little bit about some 48 legends, shall we? How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Let's ride. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. I've left Ted just down there. He's chilling for a minute. You're right. So Ted's just snacking on some salmon sashimi. He loves that kind of thing, you know. So it's all good there now. Right, let's just pop that there. Hopefully enough. It's just a little bit. There's not much wind at all, really. Just a little bit of a gust. Enough to give paper a bit of a problem, but nevertheless, all is good. Hope you're all well and feeling good. So yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the 48 Fighter Wing, when it became a wing, what it was before, the squadrons, the detail. Just going to do things a little bit differently this time around. I'm actually going to just home in a little bit more on the actual wing itself, and I've got some really cool stuff to show you. It's Nikos style homework, but some of it you may know, some of it you may not, and it's quite funny when you go into the loophole, that sort of that pit of the internet and finding out stuff. You see, I like to use books, but it's not as easy as searching for it. You really have to get well deep into context with it. You need to get stuck in. You need to get into it. It's not easy to search for certain stuff that you're looking for, but nevertheless, you get to stumble across one door with your answer, and then it opens another door, and then you start looking at other things as well and other aspects, and then you start finding out that some dates don't add up. And it was funny because when it's really how far I've come. It's gone quite a long way, and when I used to talk about the 48th involvement as in the 48th Fighter Wing, when I used to, when I first started doing this, when I used to say the 48th Fighter Wing weren't actually in the Second World War. Now, yes and no, as a wing they didn't exist, that is true, but I'm The lineage, yes, because they weren't established as a wing. They weren't wing status, and that's the loophole. So if you are going to be studying certain bomb groups, don't get caught and go from group to wing, because the number might be the same, but they are a completely different lineage, a different unit, to say the least. So look out for that. Don't make the same mistake I did. I mean, there was a 48th fighter squadron in the Second World War. They were a training squadron, got nothing to do with the 48 fighter group at all. But yeah, it was really that minefield of trying to learn and trying to find stuff was just, oh dear. But hey, here we are, and we're going to go. I'm going to do a little bit of ad hoc, bit of ad lib, throw in a few facts while we've got time. But you know me, while I talk about history, I'm always conscious there's going to be, I don't know, like a sixth ship just going over. There usually is something going on, but like I said, I'm going to do it a little bit different. I'm just going to talk about the history of the 48th, if I may. I've obviously kept it minimal because it deserves a 5-hour show just on the history. We can talk about the 55th and 56th rescue squadrons as well that were here. There was helicopters here. I usually omit that bit out, but there was actual Pave Hawks here as well, the H-860 if I remember correctly. So I don't know too much about them. They were here for quite a bit of time. They were deployed to Keflavik as well, but we need to go back to 1941 to actually understand the whole concept. 1941, think about that date, think about the start of the Second World War, and what was going on. So this is, a couple of years after, but of course the US's involvement wasn't in, they weren't involved in the Second World War, but things were about to change, and in historical context it was literally a turning point as well. So on the 15th of January 1941, the US Army Air Corps, they activated about 50. There were 54 activations in total. It was known as the first aviation objective. Now this was in preparation for the Second World War, so it was just to get prepared on things are boiling up too much now, let's get prepared, let's activate, because they did have the Army Air Service there at the time, and they one of them was the 48th, and they were the 48th Bomb Group Light. Now, you may see this at Thorpe Abbots or elsewhere on memorials where you get a bracket and a letter like H, a D, and L, and so on. And they mean different things. So H is heavy, L is light. You also got dive, which is a letter D for dive. There was also dive bomber groups as well. The first of its kind of the 48th Bomb Group Light were numbers that, again, you may not know because they did change them. There were the 55th, 56th and 57th bomb squadrons Light. Okay, so they still had that little L, and there was a 4th squadron, the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron. Now later on, that 9th Reconnaissance Squadron formed into the 88th bomb squadron as well, Light, so that changed. But I always wonder where on some of the 495th's squadron badge they've got 9 stars, so I'm always wondering if that's something to do with that lineage. Maybe not. It could be something different, could be something to do with the their Valkyries theme, the Nordic theme, and so on. So the 48th were really a training unit. They were flying aircraft such as the A-20, the A-18. I think when they did become the 495th eventually, which we'll talk about, they actually flew the B-18 Bolo, but at that time they were the 88th Bomb Squadron Light. So I don't know what happened there, the 9th Reconnaissance. I think they might have become the Flying Tigers. If I had a look, I've been trying to find out how long the Panthers have been the Panthers and how long the Mad Hatters have been the Mad Hatters and the Grim Reapers. But when they established the 48th Bomb Group in 43, which I'll talk about, I can make out some of them, which we'll explain. So they were, so the A-18 was a light twin-engine attack light bomber. Of course, 7th of December 1941 was the turning point, the attacks on Pearl Harbor. And this kind of really put a big chunk and a massive hole, not only just in the hearts of America, not only in the devastation of loss of life and the ships the carrier, you know, it was absolute devastation on the infantry. The amount of B-17s that were lost as well, the earlier B-17 models, all these aircraft completely destroyed. So this was the turning point. 3 months later, things started to change now. The officers started to arrive, personnel started to arrive on the HMS Queen Elizabeth. In February 1942, the mighty 8th started to arrive, then and other air forces as well. And on the 15th of August 1943, the 48th moved to Key Field, and they activated their squadrons as we know them today. So that's quite a cool one. They had news air designations, so the 55th became the 492nd, 56th became the 493rd, the 57th became the 494th, and the 88th became the 495th. And they were flying the A-24s, A-31s, A-35s. It's quite a lot of aircraft that they used for training. On the 20th of August, so just 5 days later in 1943, they moved to William Northern Field in Tennessee, and they became finally an operational flying unit there. So they were operating the P-39 Airacobra and the P-40 Warhawk as well. So a lot of them, like the Warhawk, it's had a bit of a mixed reputation, the P-40 Warhawk. It had the power and then it didn't, but a lot of the crew were really excited when they finally got the... Oh, Barry, you're right, just one sec. I thought that was you. Thursday I'll be bringing the boxes back, buddy, all right?
What, here?
Yes, is that all right?
Yeah.
I was going to give you a call. One sec.
I'm having to clear out, chucking lots of stuff out. I thought you might like that.
That would go with what you've given me.
It's out of print now.
Oh, wow.
There's some very rare photos.
Oh, thanks, Barry. Yeah, I was going to give you a shout. I'll be bringing the boxes back on Thursday.
Okay, you here all day?
Yes, mate. All right.
Okay, I'll see you Thursday.
Yep, see you Thursday, man.
What are we now? What are we...
Tuesday.
So this coming Thursday?
Yeah, this coming Thursday. I'll bring the boxes for the wife. All right. No worries, mate. All good. Oh, check this out. Look at this. Check that out. I've got out of print as well. Pretty cool. That is a cool book. I'll be getting stuck into that. That is such a good book. I've got another good book like that, Battles with the Luftwaffe. Really, really good book, because you've got to see personal notes from both sides, and it gives you a real good insight into the tactics and how they develop certain tactics. I know I'm going off tangent here a little bit, but there we go. So yeah, where were we? P-39s and P-40 Warhawks. And in 1944, with the delight of a lot of the crew, well, in fact, some of them were a bit stunned. They were like, that thing can fly? Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the P-47 Thunderbolt, the Jug, the Republic P-47 Thunderbolt. They made a couple of hundred of the B and C variants, and they made about 7,500 of the D in the bubble canopy and the Razorback. Now I'm just going to show you the P-47 and how effective it was and what happened during the times of using the P-47 Jug. Let me just show you it. Look at this. I love this one. This is the Razorback version. Now the bubble canopy, as you may know, can give you a full 360. It was huge. All right, it was absolutely huge. If you compare that to a Spitfire, it's in its own league. It's I mean, look at it. I mean, it's, you know, the wingspan's not, you know, pretty similar, but it's just a beast, isn't it? Really, it's a monster. It really is. And you know, when you've got 46 litres displacement against a 27 litre V12, I mean, you know, wow, it's like a tank. You know, the A10 Thunderbolt, named after this, so that's why you got the A10, the Fairchild A10 Thunderbolt 2, which we'll talk about. The Jug, nicknamed the Jug because it looked like a milk jug, the Juggernaut. And let's have a little insight into it. Let's have a quick insight. Actually, while I'm here, for those that missed it yesterday, one roundel, two roundels. Look at your eyes. So you're trying to attack this Spitfire. It's trying to do all this defence. Your eyes are now go, right, that's a Spitfire. I need to get that. And the problem is, your eyes are naturally focused here. Your eyes are concentrating on those roundels, and your eyes lock on in the middle. You see, the brain loves symmetry. So the US Army Air Force thought, hang on a minute, let's just have one. Now your eyes just focused on just that one roundel. So you're a 109 and you think, aha, but hang on, your brain can't cope with non-symmetry. It's going for there. You see, the problem with being shot at here, you've got yourself and your engine, the worst parts that you can get shot at, right? So this is why the US Army Air Force decided in early 42 to just have a one roundel, left top and right on the left bottom as well, as that would appear to the right on the bottom. And that was the reasons why. It wasn't to save money, it was literally to save a life. Just a very basic, very primitive way of doing it, but it worked. So if we have a look at our P-47 in more detail, we can also find out what there's our I mean, this engine. Let's have a look at it in more detail. Here's our 46 litre displacement P-47 Thunderbolt. Look at it, an absolute beaut. And I love the fact it reminds me of the PT6 engine, where it all goes at the back first of all. I know it's not quite, but hear me out, because the intake was so big that you can actually fit. There's photos of a person in there. Obviously don't try that at home, but hey, there you go. Now the intake, the air was taken all the way to the back to the supercharger to compress the air. I mean, that's just amazing in its own right. So they've compressed the air here in the impeller, and so that air is going in, gets compressed, and because of the heat, cools down the air with the intercooler system here, meets an intercooler, and then gets fed into the exhaust collection and the cylinders here, powered by the compression system. Be powered by the Pratt & Whitney 2800 double wasp, beautiful 18-cylinder air cooled. Air cooled for me, I'm loving this, because air cooled means you can start losing bits of your engine being shot at. Some of them with, I don't know, I've heard stories of about 9 cylinders coming back and it can still fly. It will get you home. And for those that are fans of Fast and Furious, with hitting the NOS button, it didn't quite have NOS, but it had a water and alcohol mixture boost, give you 300 extra horsepower on your already 2000 horsepower engine. So you can press the button. Pilots can use that in little bits, maybe in rough weather, or to use the fantastic service ceiling of this. This had a defense of not only being like a tank, but it also had the altitude. Wasn't really a dogfighting aircraft, you know, as such, when you got the likes of the Spitfire and the Hurricane, and of course other sides, the 109, and you know, it was pretty much like a Hawker Typhoon in some ways. It had a similar role, and it would have, like I said, 30 gallons of this injection system. Beautiful, just to give you that 300 extra horsepower. These are the markings of the 48th. So it had F4 with the red ribbon, I7 blue was the 493rd, and this is why I said the colours were reversed in World War II. Well, when I say reversed, just basically different orders around. 494 markings were 6 and an M, and they were yellow. So a pretty amazing aircraft, the P-47 Thunderbolt there now, and it was a beautiful supercharge. I've got a comparison with the P-51 with this. So the P-51 with 6 machine guns, 450 kilos of payload, and 1840 rounds, where you've got a payload on the P-47 way more. Ooh, I've just lost the piece of paper, hang on a minute. 4 M2 machine guns on each side, so that's 8 in total. And it would actually slow down at 25 to 30, about 25 miles per hour when all 8 cannons were fired. Give me 1 second, I've just lost a piece of Nikos sketch there. I think it's my Ted gin. Sounds like a drink, the old Ted gin there, no? Oh, can't be losing that one. So there we go, that's our P-47 Thunderbolt. But let's talk a little bit more about what it did and how it played during the Second World War. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the P-47 in a bit more detail. So they had this, a beautiful P-47 Thunderbolt. So very briefly, let's talk a little bit about how and what this did, as well as let's take the 48th to England. So some of the crew set aboard the Queen Mary and the Ile de France, I think it was. Yeah, I'm sure some of these are some of the boats that the personnel went, because obviously, you know, they didn't fly there. But they got themselves near Bournemouth, RAF Ibsley. They got themselves down that way, down south. And the thing is, if I show you the methods of the construction of the organisation of the fighter groups, just really quickly. I'm trying to do things a little bit differently this time round. I'm going to show you those that missed it yesterday. So the fighter groups were put into a organisation. Now watch this. On fighter groups, so if I show you this, and this is my theory why the 495th went to another group. So this is the bomb groups. Now fighter wings had a group, and each group had 3 fighter squadrons. So this is the organisation of, let's say, the bomb groups that I've put together. So they have their own shapes. I know these are bomb groups, but hear me out here. The shape told you which division of the 8th Air Force, and then you'll have a letter to denominate. But fighter groups were then reorganised into 3 squadrons. Now, as we mentioned, the 48th, they had 4 squadrons. So there was a bit of a change there. So the 495th went to a different fighter group. They went to the 407th Fighter Bomb Group in Texas, and unfortunately on the 1st of April 1944 they deactivated, they became inactive. So this meant goodbye for now to the 495th. So that's why the 495th didn't take part in the Second World War. Only the 492nd, 493rd and 494th did, and as I mentioned, they set sail on the Queen Mary, on the Ile de France. They set sail and that sounds pretty cool, and got themselves to the UK. And this is where I kind of need to talk a little bit about more detail about some of the crew which I've got for you to talk about. So yeah, that's why. And I think it was 33 years they were inactive, the 495th. But let's see what the P-47 did. So the 48th Fighter Group, when they got to the UK, it was only temporary because they then decided that it was time to advance. Now, they were part of the 70th Fighter Wing, the 48th. This is where I got it a little bit confused a couple of years ago. So they were part of there, and they eventually did go to France. They did take part in D-Day as well, on D-Day. In fact, they carried out about 2,000 sorties with the P-47. They won so many awards as well. They won a few awards with that. But let's have a little look at the whole point. Now, you may have heard the 8th Air Force, the mighty 8th, but have you heard of the 9th Air Force? The 9th Air Force were a little bit different. Now, their role was really to support the troops on the ground, the army, and also to do a lot more strafing and bombing of railway lines, trucks, tanks. It was literally, this was the start of close air support, and there was a few tactics that they would do. So one of them, if my railway line was here, they'll do what's called a split S maneuver. They'll dive down like this, they'll go away from the target first, dive, turn into the split S and strafe the trucks, tanks, vehicles, etc, etc. That was one. But what was interesting, as the Allies advanced, and this is why the 48th spent a lot of time in France, as they advanced and pushed forward and started to gain back ground of occupied France and in Belgium, they needed to support the ground, and this is exactly where the P-47 and its men, they really innovated close air support. Close air support is something that's relied on today, and this is the role of the A-10 as well. This is why it's called the A-10 Thunderbolt, because of this, and it's in honor of that. And it would literally, if your troops are gaining ground, the thing is, tanks, problem, not a problem. So they'll go down and use the P-47s. Close air support it's a lifesaver today, and a lot of men, there's a lovely, a very deep story about one of the troops on the ground who was radioing in close air support. There's a story at Duxford, I think his surname could have been Gutierrez, I think. Forgive me if I'm wrong. There's a story about close air support in the American hangar, about close air support, where he's completely losing so much blood, but he knew the importance of close air support. It was the fact that he was risking his own life just to bleed out, but he needed to get that radio coordinates to save all the crew, and of course the close air support came. So this beautiful aircraft and its men and its crew innovated, and the close air support, absolutely fantastic aircraft. The Hawker Typhoon, let's not take it away from that as well. That was again air superiority and close air support for the ground, because it was literally tanked up. If you are a P-47 Thunderbolt pilot, it was quite common for them to release the drop tanks. Poor 109 pilots found out the hard way, because if they didn't release the drop tanks, well, it's pressurized with gas. You get hit there, it might as well just be a bomb on there. These things could take a lot of damage as well, a lot of battle damage. And close air support with tanks being shot at from the ground with light gunfire and artillery, it could still get you back. I'm going to tell you a little story about a man that served with the 493rd under the name of Ed Cottrell. I want to tell you a little story about Ed. And he was here last year, and it was his birthday. It was his 103rd birthday. Ed, I don't know if you tuned in, man. Wouldn't it just be amazing if Ed Cottrell? But I was here on that mystery stream last year, if you remember. I don't know if you remember that one. I did a little mystery live stream, and there was a P-47 Thunderbolt with the, I think it had Mad Hatter markings, or did it have, I'm trying to remember which one it had actually, but it was a P-47 Thunderbolt with a P-51 as well. Now, if you don't know who he is, Ed Cottrell, the legend that is, but like we mentioned before, Ed Cottrell, a young man from Oklahoma City, was interested in becoming a pilot. His father was a school teacher, and they moved to Slippery Rock, and at this time the US government had a special program called the Civilian Pilots Training Program, where men could go to a dedicated airfield and obtain 30 hours of flying training in a Piper J3 Cub. This was a light training aircraft. Now, Ed achieved his pilot's license and was really interested in joining the forces, but was more interested in flying with the US Navy, because Ed actually said that he really liked the uniform. Now, although undecided to fly for the Navy or the Army, in 1942 Ed decided to try both and took part in both flight tests, and after successfully passing both, it was now really a time to decide, would Ed go Navy or would he go Army? And in 1942 he decided to try both their flight tests, and he passed both. But it was time to make a choice, Army or Navy, and as America was at war, the Navy literally said to him that you'll go straight in tomorrow. But the US Army Corps said to him to go back to school, and they would call him up when he was required. Now Ed felt more comfortable with that decision and response, and went back to school and awaited their call, which actually came a few months later. Now Ed was sent to basic training with the US Army Corps, and after passing this he set his sights solely for a fighter pilot role. He requested this position and was granted it. Now Ed was shown the Curtiss P-40 Warhawk, another aircraft that I need to purchase. It was powered by an Allison V1710 V12 liquid-cooled piston engine. It was rated at 1240 horsepower, and it didn't quite have that power of the superchargers of a BF-109, for example. And noticed this whilst flying it and felt it just didn't quite have the power. But the P-40 was eventually suited to another role during the war, but it was lacking that boost for a fighter aircraft, and Ed was hoping this would not be the aircraft of the choice for combat. But luckily for Ed, yeah, he was shown the very aircraft that he would use in combat. This, the Republic P-47D Thunderbolt, the Jug, the very aircraft that innovated close air support, the very aircraft that was built around its huge single Pratt & Whitney R2800 5.9 18-cylinder cooled 2,000 horsepower engine. Now the air intake was so huge you can fit a person in it, and Ed was stunned at the sheer size of this. The mega length, over 36 foot, over 11 meters, and wondered how on earth this aircraft could fly. Now, to put this into perspective, the Spitfire is about 2 meters shorter in length, and with a 27 litre engine displacement of the Spitfire, the P-47 has 46 litres. Now, once Ed turned the Pratt & Whitney R2800 engine, man and machine formed the bond, and Ed loved everything about it. Not only did the Jug handle well, but it could take a battering too. It was not unusual for the Jugs to come back with holes big enough to fit a person through. Even stories of lots of cylinders missing too. Now the engine was a radial air cooled, which means that it can take hits to the cylinders and engine bay, and the Jug can still chug home. The Jug can still chug home. Now this is a tank in the sky basically, and it was also fully armed with 8 50 cal M2 Browning machine guns with 425 rounds per gun, which gives you a total whopping 3,400 rounds. In fact, when all 8 guns fired, the Jug would actually lose about 25 miles per hour with that burst. This is where the A-10 Thunderbolt 2 gets its name from. Now Ed was just age 21 and was finally assigned and boarded a ship called the Ile-de-France and set sail to grey, wet England, where he was assigned to the 48 Fighter Group, who today are based here. The 48 Fighter Group were part of the 70th Fighter Wing, who were a wing of the 9th Air Force. Now, they were based at RAF Ibsley in Hampshire. Now, the 9th Air Force had a very different role to the 8th Air Force. The 9th Air Force role was more suited to low-level ground attacks and dive bombing, and support the troops on the ground with CAS, close air support. Escort missions were extremely rare for the 9th Air Force. Of the 65 combat missions that Ed completed, only one of these were actually an escorting mission. This role of the 9th Air Force would take their fighter groups to the battlefield itself and onto the required land and into France, then onto Belgium. As the Allies were gaining back the ground during the Normandy campaign, the consequences of the invasion of France, airfields were used by the 9th Air Force. So operating from England would mean using significant amounts of fuel for a bombing run there and back. So this made sense to get as close as possible. And Ed, a lieutenant, I know it's lieutenant in England, but as we're talking about a US airman, I will say it in the American way, lieutenant, and he was assigned to the 493rd Fighter Squadron, the Grim Reapers. Now, in September 28, 1944, located at Cambrai, France, the markings on the 493rd Thunderbolts were I-7. Their colour, unlike today, was blue. Now, Ed shared a P-47 with the highly experienced pilot George Pullis, and their aircraft was called Our Mary. Now, Ed learned from Pullis and flew his first combat mission in October 1944. Now, combat missions involve dive bombing, strafing, attacking trains, trucks and other vehicles. However, as Ed got more and more missions, he experienced the biggest threat, which was flak. Literally a roulette, a lottery game of luck involving not to get hit. And since the 493rd missions were low-level attack missions, this meant even more likely to encounter hits from flak gunners. The flak crew were strategically positioned as well. In October 1944, the 48th Fighter Group were transferred to a new airfield at Saint-Trond in Belgium. The runway at Saint-Trond was much appreciated by pilots as it was 10,000 foot long runway. The 48th continued their low-level strafing and ground support, and Ed completing 12 missions in a month. By December 1944, the 9th Army pushed into Germany, which was now about to make the combat missions even more intense. Now a second lieutenant, Ed Cottrell, on a bitterly cold day, snowy day on the 6th of December 1944, troops of the 9th Air Force were pinned down, the 9th Army were pinned down in Jülich in Germany, and Ed was assigned to a combat mission to bomb a position so that the 9th Army could advance. The Army was stuck by a soccer field and could not advance further, so the mission to bomb the soccer field was put in place. With the very low freezing cloud, with your own troops on the ground nearby, the P-47s would have to go extremely low in order to carry out this successfully. In fact, treetop level height, as they called it, taken off flying at treetop level, maintaining a max altitude of just 200 feet at 325 miles per hour. Ed made his first recce pass to see where the 9th Army were. Now, they used time delay bombs and they hit, and they were successful with, and it was all looking good. But Major Stanley Lakenheath ordered for another attack with a strafing run using the Thunderbolt's 8 guns this time. They carried out another strafing attack after that, and what targets remained, and were then directed by Lakenheath to head back for Saint-Trond. When Ed landed safely at Saint-Trond, unknown to Ed, he was shown by the ground crew that he had about 40 hits to his P-47, and this was caused by small arms fire from the German defence. The 493rd successfully achieved its mission by attacking the key soccer field and other targets to help the 9th Army advance and break through. Now, they were awarded a Distinguished Unit Citation and DFC. In fact, the 48th Fighter Group carried out over 2,000 sorties during the Normandy campaign. 17th of December 1944, 12 P-47 Thunderbolts of the 493rd Fighter Squadron were assigned to another mission, another low-level dive attack mission to attack a bridge. Now, Ed was flying under the wing of Lieutenant Jim Watson, another experienced pilot. They were led by Major Lakenheath and all armed with 500-pound bombs with delayed detonation and general purpose bombs to also attack targets around the bridge. The P-47s flew in flights of 4. Ed's flight spotted a row of German tanks. These were the Tiger tanks, and they made circles, passes, and finally dive bombing the tanks. However, Ed spotted BF-109s just as Ed was diving to strafe the tanks. That is the worst time to get attacked. So as Ed dived down to attack, as he pulled up, this is your worst. You have not got your speed anymore. And he was looking over to see where Watson was, but could see 109s came at Watson's P-47. Lakenheath hit and fought off one of the 109s, but Watson was nowhere to be seen and radio contact was lost. Ed's windshield was covered in oil. Ed was attacked and he was hit directly to the engine. It was popping, spluttering. Now Ed was in serious trouble as the oil was spluttering all over his canopy. He pulled it open, and all Ed could do now was try to keep flying it and ticking and chugging away at the P-47. He made contact to his squadron commander and reported his situation, but by now he was too low to bail out, and all sorts was now going through Ed's mind. At 2,000 feet, close to stalling at 120 miles per hour, things got worse. As Ed was losing altitude and chugging almost home, 2 109 pilots either side were about to finish off Ed. But guess what? They saluted Ed and peeled away. When he got back, Ed noticed he had a total of 8 cylinders left. 8. Ed thanked Pratt & Whitney for making a life-saving indestructible engine. In fact, he kissed the ground and contacted Pratt & Whitney. Ed also met the very 109 pilot, Karl-Heinz Bosser, that engaged in the aerial assault of the 17th of September 1944 after 9 years in Belgium. Bosse was hit, bailed out and survived. Ed went on to the crash site where Watson perished. So that's our legend, Ed Cottrell. He is alive today, he's 103. Good old Ed, a legend of the 493rd Grim Reapers. There's Ed there. Ed Cottrell, ladies, gents and teddy bears. A 493rd Grim Reaper legend. So after the war, ladies, gents and teddy bears, 1945, the 48th moved to Laon in France and finally moved back to the US. And yeah, 10th of July though was when they got wing status. They were reactivated in July 1952 at Chaumont with their F-85G Thunder jets, and they became a wing status. So they went from group to wing, and the squadrons became fighter bomb squadrons. The Sky Blazers were formed with the 492nd as well. They were a early aerobatics team of the US Air Force, and they were flying the F-84s, lovely stars and stripes livery. And in 1954, the Sky Blazers used the F-86s as well. They finished around, I think, 1956, where the 36 Fighter Wing took on the role of being the aerobatics team. In 1962, I think the Thunderbirds, having the air-to-air capabilities, they carried on the displays in Europe. I think that's when the Sky Blazers finished in 62 because of that. If you've got air-to-air capability, then there's only so many air shows that you can do. In 1954 then, because they were based in France at Chaumont, the mayor did a ceremony. Like we mentioned, this is where the Statue of Liberty wing gets its name from, because their base was near the workshop of Bufaldi. Bufaldi made and designed and made the Statue of Liberty. So that's why this wing, the 48th, have a number and a name. The only US Air Force to have a wing with a name and of course its designated number. So they became the Statue de la Liberté. How you doing, Barry? You all right?
How many production Lancasters
Oh gosh.
were made with Rolls-Royce engines?
Were made?
Yeah.
Weren't they Ford?
They were indeed.
So
the answer is none.
Yeah. weren't they originally a Ford engine?
Yeah, well, it is a Merlin.
Yeah, but wasn't it Ford that developed that?
Yeah.
Did you like that? I've been reading. What? I've been put on the spot here.
That's a good one. What was the aircraft that shot down the first MiG in the Korean War?
Hang on. First MiG. Oh goodness me! In the Korean War.
Yeah. Well, that's the first time we sort of come up against them.
Well, I was going to say like an F-86 or something.
Think older.
Really? Older. P-51.
Yes.
That, I remember it now. It was the P-51.
It's the best aircraft in the war.
I'm getting now. I didn't do too bad there. That's it. P-50. You reminded me of it.
What was the last mark,
gosh.
The last mark of Spitfires called? They changed the name.
Hang on. Oh God. Hang on then. Something. Did it have? Has it got a? Oh gosh. Has it got a fire in it? No. Fly. Has it got the?
No, there's no flies.
Scourge? Begins with an S. I'm sure it was an S.
Oh, it begins with an S, and it's in keeping with all the previous names.
Ah. Slut.
Supermarine is the first word.
Supermarine. Oh gosh. Now you got me there.
Spiteful.
That's it then. Oh, okay. Well, I'll remember it for next time.
If you ever get to read anything on that, it's such an interesting aircraft because it was at the limits of that kind of aviation.
Yeah.
They had a 5-bladed prop, they had variable pitch, but they had this huge Griffin engine.
What would that be then? Like a Mark 26 or something?
don't know what it was.
Well, Mark 30 Spitfire.
To taxi in a straight line, you had to have full rudder. They wouldn't go, they'd go around in circles because the torque.
Wow.
Marvellous bit of kit and looks really nice. And another interesting thing, you know the Mustang?
Yeah.
Well, you know they've got the what they call the fastback, the first version, and then you've got the bubble canopy.
Mm-hmm.
Pilots preferred the first version, it was faster. The bubble canopy.
I always wondered, because the P-47 had both as well, and I always wondered why they still kept both. So that's interesting. Ah, that's very good. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you can put that spiel on you.
Yeah, put on the spot there.
I've got another one, but I can't think of it.
Gosh, been put on the spot here. I think he's going to try again. You got another one?
Yeah, but I forget what subject it was on. What were we talking about? We were talking about the spike. It'll come back to me when I'm
I know. Do you know about 618 Squadron?
No.
The other secret squadron. They were going to have the hardball to bomb
right,
the Tirpitz.
yeah.
But they didn't. They obviously that didn't go ahead. That's a cool one. I like the 618 Squadron story, because obviously we got 617, and Barnes Wallace designed that hardball,
Yeah.
big giant ball, and it had backspin as well, and
Yeah.
to try and hit the Tirpitz. That's a good one. They didn't even have a squadron badge. It's a good one for you to. Lots of homework, lots to learn.
Oh, then there's things we probably never know.
Yeah.
Or they've just denied it to the press because they probably thought it was insignificant.
Oh dear. Cool. Right. Yeah, I think they're quite far away.
There's quite a few accounts of, I've read two, offensive tires, where the tail gunner got shot off with the tail gun. It happened to a B-17.
17, yes.
But it also happened to, I think it was Halifax, where the whole section, he acted like a signal scene. This guy said, the signal was the stars.
Wow. There's some amazing stories like that.
But
Really good.
it's not just that, he would have been killed.
Yeah.
But he fell onto a pine forest that was covered in snow on a road.
How lucky? Well,
How
yeah.
lucky
can you get
Yeah.
in an unfortunate situation? That's.
And the other thing I love is, I do love the back of the video. I think that's tremendously overlooked. When they came across by accident, the whole Japanese carrier thing. And one pilot said, they could have done it better. They painted big red circles on the front of the ship with the Japanese flag. And they aimed for that.
Yeah.
But all the torpedo planes, it was only the dive bombs, the same way. They couldn't make it back to the ships either. They got sent out on foot. Really good bit of history.
Yeah, that's good. Pretty much what I do every day.
And I don't think we've got the accents there. Well, not many people would sacrifice.
Different. I've always said it on the stream. Different breed.
Yeah.
I you know, with all respect, it's a different breed. It was a people's war, the Second World War. You know.
And there's, you sometimes get a good documentary on it, but not very often. Everybody goes on about the French resistance, you know. But when we have Dutch, getting airmen back to the campaign.
Yeah, well, thanks for that.
That's all right.
Thank you.
There's a bit in there about at the end of the war, one of their aircraft was so good, bomber, I can't remember which one now, but the RAF took it over and kept using it as a ferry to take officers and bits and pieces back to the UK and back to Europe. So it was a German bomber piloted by an English crew.
Oh, nice one.
The other guy worth reading about as well was that Winkle Brown.
I've heard the name.
He was actually a Fleet Air Arm pilot, and he happened to be in Germany at the right place at the right time. And they asked him to ferry a plane back to Farnborough because they wanted to analyse it and appraise it. And he ended up with his logbook. He flew every type of aircraft that served in the Second World War. Wow, that's unbelievable. Japanese, British. Because they did comparison trials.
Yeah.
They would go up to fake dogfight.
Yeah, so not far from Mittering there was a Collie Western, which finally merged. There was the RAF Wapper.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever heard of the RAF Wapper. That's a good one for you. So they once they captured Luftwaffe aircraft, they painted it into RAF livery, and they were called the RAF Wapper. So they got to test see the capabilities.
Yeah.
But eventually, I don't know what happened to them, but eventually they merged Collie Western with Wittering eventually. But the RAF Wapper, it was a thing. Because I noticed I saw the insignia, it was a RAF with Nazi. Yeah, it was a combination of both. And it was like, goodness me. Pretty sure it was, it was called the RAF Wapper.
Yeah, it's good also to read in people's opinions, because people actually flew the things. You know, Mustang comes out as being probably the best all-rounder, but so, you know, you had the Fokker 190. That had a very long life. It was a Fokker 152. And a very, very long. So it's all like an ordinary Fokker, but the nose was extended. And that was incredible rate of time. Because it changed for the Germans. When the Americans during the day and us during the night, they didn't have any good way to attack the bomb streams. Because when they were picked up on early radar, by the time an ordinary, like a Messerschmitt 109, by the time it got to that ceiling, they'd gone. And there was lots of experimental stuff.
Yeah, I wish I could see the Horton 229.
Oh, like the flying wing.
Yeah. I'd love to see that. That stuff like that is just really, amazing technology.
And probably limitless bucket.
Yeah, cool. Oh, take care, Barry.
And you.
Hello there, how you doing?
I'll see you Thursday.
Yeah, I'll see you Thursday. You alright?
Yeah.
Who's this?
Yeah.
You haven't got a name. Do you want our fans to name him?
Yeah.
Yeah? Go on, bring him up.
We haven't done this for a while.
Right. We'll pick the best one, yeah? It may take a while, but we'll... ladies, gents, teddy bears, how are we doing? We have not done this in a long time. We're going to do a bear naming. So, if you've got a name for this bear, I reckon the fairest way to do it, the most popular, or we'll give it to the crew down below there. We'll let them decide. So name that bear. Name it. It doesn't have a name at the moment. Unknown to the parents, this is a £100 charge. Just kidding. Just kidding. We do a bear naming service here at the Ted Coningsby channel. So there we go. So if you'd like to name the bear, go ahead. Then the most popular, I'll pass it on to the owners, and they'll get to pick one. So I give them to you. Let's see what they're going to say. There you go. You got him.
I want to name it bear.
Douglas. That's a good name. Douglas. That is a good name. Yes. That is a very... Should we see what names they got? So we got Douglas, Roundel, Biggles, Biggins, Raffa, Teddington, Ozzie, Bubbles, Goggles, Ace. That's a good name, Ace. We got Barda, Dougie. Fweepy. You're going to call him fweep? Douglas. Barry the bear. What else we got here? There was another one here. RAF, where is it? I missed it. Rajang. Oh. Rajgard. Goggles. Bob. Algernon. Douglas. Tally ho. Ed. Goggles. Squeaky. You like any of them? Bubbles. Going for Bubbles. We're going for Bubbles. Bubbles from the guy with glasses in Trailer Park. We've got Barda. And Barry the bear. What do you reckon? Douglas?
the bear.
What's your two favourite? Bubbles? You like Bubbles? We're going with Bubbles. Okay. If you bring him on the show, I will officially name him as Bubbles. Oh yeah, you're right. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, the owners have gone with Bubbles. There we go. Thank you very much for that bear naming ceremony. That's brilliant. There you go. All right, nice one, Bubbles. Oh yeah, you're all right. Oh yeah, buddy. How you doing, Steve?
Yeah,
all
not
right.
bad. Yourself?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, good man.
Just did a live naming.
You're not getting £100. That's right.
Alright, take care, man. Take care. Hi, yeah, you alright?
Hi, we're big fans.
Hi, how you
Ted.
going?
We wanted to see if we could meet Ted.
Yeah,
Have a
sure, let me
photo,
come down.
possibly. That would be amazing. You're going to meet Ted,
How's it going?
maybe?
Alright?
Yeah, really good, thank you.
Good.
Your granddad was in the Air Force. for
Oh,
18
right,
years.
nice.
Unfortunately, Granny's ill, so they couldn't come with us on this trip. It's a shame. So
Yeah,
we wanted to meet you.
there you go, there's
Didn't we?
Ted.
We always watch you on the telly, don't
Do
we?
ya? Oh, good.
Do you want to have a picture with Ted? Is that all right?
Yeah, of course, it's up to
Yeah?
you. Yeah, I'm always
Have a
in front of the
picture,
camera.
darling. So show Granddad.
Yeah.
Come on then, you stand here.
Alright,
You stand next to Ted.
alright, here we go. So if you look at Mummy.
Look at me, darling. Ready? Smile. Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much.
All right, yeah,
It's
you're
really
welcome, that's
kind
all right.
of you. Thank you.
No problem at
And
all.
we'll send that to Granddad.
Yeah, that'll be
We're
good.
hoping we'll see some aeroplanes soon.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Oh, thank you so
Not
much.
sure when, but hopefully.
Lovely.
No worries. Good,
Oh.
good, good. It's
Yeah, thank you.
been good. Actually gets me off down there. I'll have a nice cup of tea, I think, as well.
Oh,
so,
look at another plate. That says
yeah.
F-22 Ted.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Okay. And what aeroplane's that on there after? On the side of the van. Which one's this one? Which one that one is?
So down this.
What's that one? Which is this one?
I don't know.
Have a look here. What can you see at the front there? Oh, you're shy.
I don't know that called is.
Is
I
that
don't
one?
know called that called.
Is that a
Beep.
typhoon?
Yeah.
You think it is? I'm not sure.
It is, yes.
It is
You're
a
right, it is a typhoon.
Yeah.
What that one's called.
Is it a Spitfire? Is it?
It is,
Oh,
yeah,
there you
you've
go.
done all right
Mummy's doing
there.
all right. Mummy's doing okay.
I got that on that home.
You do. You've got lots of these models, haven't you? You've got a typhoon.
I got typhoon that home. What down off the back of there?
Do you know, I won't call it out, do you know that name there?
Yes, that's my.
The-
That's Grandad.
Yeah.
Grandad's listening in.
He's just, he could hear you.
Oh, bless.
I thought I won't say it, but
No, yeah, that's Grandad. You say hi, Grandad. We're here. We're watching. Sorry you can't be here.
Well,
I thought I'd show you just so you
Yeah,
could
yeah,
confirm.
thank
I
you,
didn't
you
want to
would.
put a name
What's
out there.
down
That's
off
all
the
right.
back?
I think that's the same again, darling. It's the same one. That's a typhoon as well, isn't it?
It is the same, yeah.
Look, there's Ted down there. He's on the back of the van as well.
You seen him in the Spitfire, Ted? You seen Ted flying the Spitfire?
No, I don't think we have.
If you have a look at the Spitfire,
Yeah.
Ted's flying.
Yes, look. Can you see? Can you see what's on the van? Who's that in there? Is that Ted?
Who's flying there?
Wow, he's a very
Well,
clever
we
bear, you
saw-
see.
Ted went up in one of the aeroplanes, didn't we? We've seen him up in the
Ooh,
aeroplane.
is that?
But the aeroplanes are not in the cloud. The aeroplanes are in the cloud.
What name did they choose?
They went with Bubbles.
Bubbles. I think, what do you think? This is a really good one. You have to learn to say it. Esmeralda Cream Cheese.
That's a complicated name.
Or, there's another one, which this is too hard for me. Mr. Abu Bakr Tafawa Balewa.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
It's,
African politician.
all right.
That
Who
is
was
a long
shot?
one.
Oh, okay. That ended well.
Lovely.
You see Ted flying like that.
Yeah, you saw Ted fly in the Spitfire on the side of the thing, didn't you?
I love that suit. Do they do them in my size?
I wish they did them in my size. Yeah, they're such fun. Granddad got that for you for Christmas.
If you walked around the nearest village, you'd never have to buy a drink again. would you?
Wearing one of these.
Yeah.
That's it.
Just hoping you can sneak on somewhere, hey?
I think like in your F-35s.
There's a couple up in there.
Yep, that is the...
Now, I bet you don't know these people. Have you ever heard of Big Ears and Noddy?
No, I don't think so.
Yes, funny. Sooty's got no guns.
City, I remember City.
I'm not going to go into this too much, but my little girl Gemma, she was about 4, sitting on the kitchen floor, and she was singing. And my wife was like, they have to be.
Yeah.
Did you have the van done, or did you do it yourself?
Oh no, I got it done.
It's all vinyls.
Yeah, it's yeah, that's it. It's a vinyl.
All the adverts on these buses you see
Waiting
are
to
all.
see the aeroplanes come.
Yeah,
isn't it?
all decorated and yeah, they wrapped it nicely. Did a good job.
Hello? The airplanes are in the cloud at the moment.
Are they? Oh,
Yeah.
cool. Well, that's
I
a good
think
start to
they
becoming an air
probably-
traffic controller. That.
I think they're probably coming back for it to have a nice cup of coffee
Yeah, come back and have their lunch.
and a burger.
Probably the cloud will come down a moment.
Yeah, hopefully they'll come down at the cloud in a moment, yeah.
What aircraft did the Red Arrows use before the Hawk?
Follow that.
And before that?
Depends.
And I think they turned to black for a while.
Black Arrows. You also have the Pelicans using the Provence.
Do you want to go get it?
Hawk Hunter with the blue diamond.
That's it. That's what I was
like
thinking
it?
of. I like that aircraft. I think there's an old saying in engineering: if it looks right, it is right. And that always looked right.
The Lancaster has that wreck. That did look right. I don't think it had really.
Did you see what it came from though?
The Manchester.
Yeah.
The problems it had.
Only had 2 engines.
Mhm.
Had that sort of porpoise spine thing between the 2 tailplanes, which made it ugly.
You see, the Mark 1 Manchester had 3 stabilisers.
Yes, yeah.
It had. It looked like a Wellington with a Halifax thing on it, but yeah, it had the 1700 horsepower Vulture, Rolls-Royce Vulture, and it kept overheating. But from what I've read, it got kind of forced into operations, and obviously the Air Ministry said we want to fall because while we're here, I've got yeah, and then I mean you know about the Sterling, right, and its problems, and it's, yeah. So I was shocked to find out that this was the first 4-engine World War II bomber to go Lancaster. I didn't know that. I thought it was the Lancaster.
Okay, I'm sure we'll find them later on.
To me, I might be wrong, but the wing looks like that could almost be an exact copy of the Sunday.
Is it, yeah?
Because I can't
Was that a
reach it in
short
the
service?
guy.
Yes, it's short.
Short
So,
run.
yes, yes.
The
You're
profile of
reaching
that
quite high
wing
though, you're reaching very tall.
was very similar. It might not be exactly the same, but it would have saved a lot of design work.
Yeah. Well, I
I
kept
can't
reading stories
reach
that
it
it
in
was
the
supposed to be
guide,
125 foot and the
They
eminence
reach it really high.
because of the hangars.
Oh,
Which
right.
is why it was stuck with having this 102-foot wing. It was supposed to be out here.
Can't lift you up, buddy. You're too heavy
What,
for
a
me now,
lift,
darling.
a servicing,
Oh.
1,600,
Wait here, buddy.
1,500 is not a lot.
No.
And that,
Ask Daddy,
and when
be
it's
very
fully
careful with
loaded,
the
that's
cars.
what
Can you
the
see
problem
Daddy?
was.
The Dutch got one out to sea. They did a TV program on it, and they're hosing it down. And there's, you know, the big suspension legs.
Yep.
He had a rag and just water, and he wiped it, and the chrome was as good as the day it went in. And also, one of the tyres was still inflated.
Wow.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
That is unbelievable.
What's the other Republican Thunderbolt?
Oh yeah, I love this one. Yeah, I really do love the Thunderbolt.
It was big.
Yeah.
It was a big aircraft.
Yeah, I've got the Razorback. Not the bubbles.
You want to swap?
Yeah, I really the bubbles.
Wait here. Daddy, just hold a minute, darling. Daddy, when Theo wakes up, Daddy's going to come.
Yeah, the English pilots used to take the mickey out of them, didn't they? So you could have a barn dance in the fuselage.
Massive things, but hey, all got their, all served their purpose. There we go. Right, I'll catch up with everyone on here. See how they.
Have you got any info on the times?
For the next lot?
Yeah.
All I've got is that these that are spooling now. Can't be very long for them to go out.
What are they, F-35?
Yeah.
It's not a plane at the end of the ramp, is it? So the two lights?
No, that's just on the top of the hangar.
Oh, I was going to say, you talk about squadrons. I'm not sure if it's 613 or 31. There's a couple of Polish squadrons, and you want to read about that.
303
Yes,
and 301.
They weren't shooting anything down. They weren't hitting anything. And what it was, they were getting so close that the gun, you know, the guns are angled. Did you know that?
Mm.
There's a point, like the death point, where these two lots meet. Well, they were getting in so close, the gun at the aerodromes had to alter to get it right down to about 200 feet.
Right.
And then they were unstoppable then. We had a Czechoslovakian guy.
Ivanovic.
Was that his name?
I think so.
The guy that disobeyed orders.
I think it's Ivanovic.
You weren't allowed, in the orders of the day, you weren't allowed to pursue the enemy back over enemy territory. Because
Is he the one that just did it anyway?
just did
Yeah,
it, and he's going to be court-martialed.
Yeah, because he flew out of formation just to go and do it.
Oh, he'd go back to France. He'd go to France following
It
him.
sounds like Ivanovic.
And on
I
his,
might be wrong on that. But
on his court-martial, they asked him if he had anything to say, and he said, "Look at my camera footage." He never come back without.
was he? I think was it the commander of is that right? Is that right?
Probably, but his saving grace was they withheld punishment. They were going to debate what to do with him because he was a good pilot.
Yeah.
And one of these top, wing commander blokes was at Buckingham Palace at a dinner party, and the king said to him, "Is everything all right?" And he said, "No. I've got this one guy who's a tremendous pilot, a high kill rate, but he just won't give us his toll, and I don't want to take him out of the squadron." He said, "I don't want to ground him." So he said, "Give me his service number," and the king wrote him a letter. He was exempt from the rule of the day. He used to keep it in his flying jacket.
Oh really?
Only man in history had a letter from the king saying he didn't have to obey the chasing enemy. And like Guy Gibson, unfortunately he was killed in a really mediocre accident.
Right.
You know about Gibson, don't you? You know what happened?
In the Mosquito.
Yeah.
Over Holland, it wasn't a very good sortie at all.
He ran out of fuel.
Okay, is that what happened?
Yeah, well that's schoolboy.
Yeah. And that was over
Holland.
Steenbergen in
Yeah.
Holland.
Yeah.
With KD took off from Woodville Spa.
I think wasn't it a reconnaissance mission or something?
I don't know, I keep reading these stories about that mission. It didn't go very well at all. Apparently, didn't really hit the targets very well or in the Mozzie.
The Americans' big one was the big cock up there, the little swine bearing factory. They suffered tremendously. The Germans were ready for them.
There we go. Oh dear. How are we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope we're all good. I don't think I finished off the history, did I, with the 48? But no worries, nevertheless. Where were we? I think we were in France at Chaumont, weren't we? There we go. But yeah, just to tie it up with Lakenheath, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. From 1941 to 1948, Lakenheath was under the control of the Royal Air Force. It's still owned even today, but 1960, the year that the Beatles were founded and formed, on the 15th of January 1960, the 48th moved to RAF Lakenheath, and they became, and they were when they moved here, they were actually the tactical fighter wing along with the squadrons, and it was the 3 squadrons that arrived here. They arrived here with their F-100D Super Sabres and a very different tail code system to what we have today. Today it's LN, as simple as that, but when they came here with their sort of aluminium, silver, that bare metal, and the reason, by the way, they did this, even with the B-17s, they didn't really add any of that drab olive paint was literally to make the aircraft lighter and not heavier by adding more and more paint. It's something that we don't think about. The amount of coat that you put on a jumbo jet, for example, you weigh that paint. It weighs a lot. So they decided to keep aircraft without the paint. So they arrived with the F-100Ds. It was LR, LS, and LT. 492nd for the LR, LS for the 493rd, and LT for the 494th. And you can see an example of the F-100 with the 494th LT at Newark Air Museum. However, in the late 60s, they did actually, for whatever reason, of course, if you need camo on your aircraft when you're doing low-level attack missions, etc. They did finally add colour to the F-100s. They added the camo, and that was in the late 60s, 67, 68. In 1972, when the first ever F-15 took off for its first flight and the Godfather movie came out and Derby County win in the Football League here in the UK, the F-100s were replaced by the Phantoms, but only for a short period of time. The tailcode system for having a different letter for each squadron was scrapped. They decided to use LK, but only for a few months. In fact, our good friend on the channel now, Hank Verhule, has a great photo of a Phantom with LK written on it. And if you do have one of these photos, that's very rare because it was scrubbed after a few months. They did indeed change it back. Or, well, I keep saying change it back. They didn't change it back. They changed it to what we have today, LN. So this was only for about a 5-year period. They were already converting to the F-111 Aardvarks, and in 1977, the year that Star Wars aired for the first time in our cinemas, it was time for the F-111 Aardvark, and also joining the 48th, finally after 30 years of being inactive, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, actually 33 years, the 495th Tactical Fighter Squadron arrived at Lakenheath, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. So finally, the 4 squadrons were reunited. April the 14th, 86, 24 aircraft F-111s of Lakenheath took part in the El Dorado Canyon, the longest strike attack mission in history in Libya. A 13.5 hour, facing 3,500 miles, and the flight restrictions made that possible. The US Navy and the US Air Force took part, including the 48th F-111s, and there was also 24 F-111s, and also I can't remember how many, there was the EB-111s, Spark Varks from Upper Heyford as well. with that raid, there was a Navy meritorious commendation to the 494 for that mission.
Look, I got.
It was, I think it's the only one of its kind, you know.
I got.
And of course we got the Gulf War in 1990, 91. And the F-111 Aardvark finally was announced to be retired. And in 1991, actually the 1st of October 1991, Lakenheath's 48 tactical fighter wing became just fighter wing. They dropped the word they dropped the title tactical, and that includes the squadrons as well. Now here comes trouble. Here they are. F-35's taxiing now across the runway. Here we go. Oh yeah. On the 15th of February 1992, the first F-15E Strike Eagle arrived. The first of its kind for the 48th in their history, as they started to phase out the F-111 Aardvarks. And it was also a time for the 495th to become finally inactive again. We didn't see him for another 30 years. So the last F-111 left in December 92. The 495th became inactive. On the 1st of January 1993, the 493rd inactivated, but they reactivated eventually in 94 with the F-15 C and D. So we had 3 squadrons flying F-15s. Beautiful. As briefly mentioned earlier, in 2006, the rescue squadron, the 56th and 57th rescue squadrons were around. But just really quickly, have to mention on the 24th of March 1999, the 493rd Expeditionary Fighter Squadron took part in strikes over Serbia, and they became MiG killers with 4 aerial victories in just a few days. 800169, call sign Knife 13 with 1 MiG-29. 80159 Edge 61, call sign with 1 MiG-29, and 800156 Dirk 21 with 2 on the one night, 2 MiGs, courtesy of the 493rd Expeditionary Fighter Squadron, the Grim Reapers. Now you may have seen other serial numbers with victory markings on there. These were actually, you see, the victory markings stay with the aircraft, not the pilot. So the ones that were here weren't actually gained, shall we say, were awarded under the flight of the 493rd. They were under the, I can't remember which one it was. It could have been the 339th, I think, something like that. I can't remember totally. And of course in 2021, welcoming them back, the 495th Fighter Squadron. They made Lakenheath the very first F-35A wing. And that was on the 17th of December. The Grim Reapers followed that the next year. They said goodbye to the F-15 C and Ds and joined the 495th with the F-35A. Oh, the 335th, that was it. Oh no, 336, I can't remember now. Ethan, do you want a close-up? There it is. It's actually, this is the B variant. We have a bar of this. It's obvious. These don't. So they're just waiting there. Maybe they need a few more in their flight. They could be waiting for a table to go up from Milton and then join it. But I don't know, 5-10 minutes. Yeah, they're going that way. No, they're not back. Have you not seen them take off? I'm going to make a little funny video. I'm going to make a glass of water. You know, Jurassic Park. So that engine is yeah, these ones are just F-15s, they go 2.5 times the speed of sound, so that's 2,400 miles per hour. Teddy bears. Hope we're all good and enjoying this. Let's ride.
Yeah,
listen to. How we do? We're just having a little giggle now. I'm getting excited. I've been released out in the wild. Here we go. Yeah, fasten your seatbelts. I don't know, there was 2 today who did that. Here's trouble.
undercarriages down, how would that be referred to in sort of Air Force speak?
Gear down.
Dirty.
Oh, okay. Oh, hence the dirty roll.
So you got clean. I heard of clean because I've heard pilots say that VC-10 was a clean aircraft.
Right, let's go, darling.
Which I think means no protrusions.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Come down.
Right, it's got to come back.
You'll come back later on, won't it?
It's got to come back for tea.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going back to Centre Park now.
Oh, how
Well, have a good time, yeah?
That is good.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Bye. Right,
You
might
learn
go-
something every day.
Oh, I know, it's good.
Have you heard that about the flame out procedure?
Yeah, I have.
And apparently they have to do so many hours. Because when they do it to the left, regimentally they keep exactly the same route.
That's right, yeah.
And I think they go over terrain where there's the opportunities to put the aircraft down without killing half. Like,
Yeah. how are you? All right? Yeah, you too. You all right? Doing ladies' chances teddy bears, hope we're all good. Just had a little break there now. All that's good.
Hello, Wingy here, yes. Far, how are you? Yes. What's going on here? What's all this noise? Yes. Mind you, I quite like it in moments like these. Oh dear. Joanna, she wants me to go shopping. And, yes, to be honest, I'd rather take a walk along the promenade. Yes, at Hunstanton, yes, and then maybe Skegness, yes, far. Yes, but Joanna wants to go shopping again. Oh dear. Never mind. What's all this noise? What's this?
How you doing here, Wingy? You alright?
Yes, yes, Joanna wants to go shopping.
Oh, right, shopping's alright, isn't it?
Not really, I'd rather go for a walk along the promenade.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
Yes. I thought I'd come here and hide.
You come to hide from Joanna?
Yes. Yes, I might have to replace her.
What do you mean replace her? She's not a set of tyres, is she? Oh.
Well, she's tired and worn out. It's time to get a new replacement, yes.
What do you mean? You can't exactly go and replace Joanna, can you?
What do you mean? I can do what I want. I used to be a wing commander, you know? Yes, ha. Haven't you learned? Once you're a wing commander, always a wing commander. Wing crew, yeah, ha.
Okay, alright, mate. No worries. Well, listen, I think Nikos needs to get these, so we'll better leave him to it.
Yes, ha. Hello, posh officers, my lovely posh officers, yes, ha. Don't forget, have a lovely time, enjoy yourselves.
Oh, are you alright?
Yeah, I might need a push from my old age.
Dear, oh dear. Hey, Dean, Grand Cruiser here. Thought I'd leave you with the show. Take care, enjoy it. Oh, look at this. It's a nice sight, isn't it?
Oh, this looks good. Thanks everyone for getting us to 86.5k. Wow, amazing. Thank you very much, ladies, gents, teddy bears. So yeah, tomorrow we're at Ted's home, Ted HQ. And Thursday we're back here, but I'll be peeling off at some point because my mission is to try and get to either Honington or Marham to catch the Puma farewell fly past. So I'm gonna try and time it. Honington is 10 minutes closer to Marham than what it is, so we're looking at 36 minutes to Marham or 26 minutes to Honington. So I'm gonna try and pick one. The thing is, with Marham I know exactly where to go. With Honington, never been, no idea. So that could be a bit of a funny one, that, but it is closer, so unless I do a recce in a bit and go and have a look, that'll probably be my best bet, but I'm not really sure.
And there's more. Beautiful. Welcome, ladies, gents, teddy bears, to the ride to RAF Lakenheath. How we doing? So yeah, tomorrow we're at TED HQ just for a short period of time. Tomorrow for a small stream, and then on Thursday we're back here, and then Marham on Friday. So it's a little bit different in the roster. And I think next week should be back to normal. White Wizard, what up? Oi oi to you. Hope you're good, man. So lots of checks are done here at the EOR. There are two EOR, end of runway, where the specific maintenance squadron, or the fighter generation squadron, which I didn't add earlier, that it does include an armourer as well, and of course a crew chief, and they're checking that all components are working fine, the exhaust nozzles, the ailerons, wing flaps, air brakes, checking for any leaks, cracks, any loose ordnance, checking for any security issues with the canopy, anything like that. They're all doing their system checks, but they do it a little bit different here. They do it after the taxi, so it's that one last bit. They remove the pins, of course, as well. And there's more. RAF Lakenheath, although for those that tuned in early already know this, but it is titled Royal Air Force because it was and opened as a Royal Air Force station. Bomber Command Station number 3 of Bomber Command. Started life out as a decoy airfield, and then in 1941 received its first aircraft of number 20 Operational Training Unit, arrived here from Lossiemouth, operating the Vickers Wellington. And it's been a Royal Air Force base ever since, and operated by the Royal Air Force right up to 1948. The base was closed between 47 as well, sort of 1946 to 47. Reopened in 1948 as it had its runways extended. It was chosen of one of 3 bases to become a very heavy bomber base. That's Sculthorpe, Lakenheath and Marham. And it was making the runways ready for very heavy bomber, the B-29. And it's been a United States Air Force base since 1948. Today we have 4 combat-ready fighter squadrons. The 492nd Fighter Squadron flying the F-15E Strike Eagle, nicknamed the Mad Hatters, guns up. Locally named the Bowlers as well. The 493rd Fighter Squadron, the Grim Reapers, they fly the F-35A. 494th also fly the F-15E Strike Eagle, they're the Panthers. Bleed red, the finest, meanest, baddest, right? And next up, last but not least, the 495th Fighter Squadron, who made Lakenheath the very first USAFE wing, that's United States Air Force wing, to operate the F-35A stealth fighter 5th gen. And that was in December 2021. So 2 squadrons flying the F-15E Strike Eagle, and 2 squadrons flying the F-35A. The EOR can fit 6 aircraft. There are 4 in total. This one in front of us, and this one here, and of course that 05 end all the way down the other end, somewhere over there, and somewhere over there. Big shout out to the Fighter Gen Squadron, all their crew chief, maintenance teams. How you all doing?
here we go. Of Cloud Base, is it? There we go. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Big shout out to all the maintenance squadron, and of course the 48th Operations Communications RAPCON Radar Approach Control. Big shout out to them. All those that we can't see, the 48th Medical. How you doing? Keeping everyone safe and secure and healthy, and keeping things sweet and neat and safe are the SF, OSI and LE. How you all doing? Hope you're all good. Big shout out to all the police, and of course the Royal Air Force Lakenheath Fire Department too, all the crews, all the maintenance. And of course the fighter squadrons. How are we doing? So although we got the 48th Fighter Wing, it's actually the 48th Operations Group that are actually the flying component, because of course the wing covers a whole lot of things. So you got the Operations Support Squadron as well of the 48th. Got the 48th Maintenance Group, so they're the FGS. 48th Medical Group, 48th Mission Support Group,
48th Wing Staff Agencies as well, the 48 Fighter Wing Staff Agencies, which include Judge Advocate Office, Public Affairs, 48th Comptroller Squadron, the Protocol Inspector General. There's loads. 48th Mission Support Group cover the 48th Civil Engineer Squadron, 48th Communications Squadron, 48th Contracting Squadron, the 48th Force Support Squadron, the Logistics Readiness, LRS, and of course the SFS, the Security Forces Squadron as well. You know it is. The F-15, the only aircraft to take down a satellite. That's, you better believe it, almost 300 miles above. September the 13th, 1985, Major Wilbert Doug Pearson pushed the pickle button in his F-15A, launching a missile over the Pacific Ocean. He was in his vertical climb, flying just under Mach 1. And was at 36,000 feet. The missile roared towards its target, the Solwind P781 satellite, moving at 17,500 miles per hour. That's an impressive target to try and hit. You know it is. He must have thought, you know it is. Proper. So the F-15 has actually shot down, I think it's the only like fighter aircraft at least to shoot down something out of space. The F-15's done that. You know how it is. LEJ approach, what up? Julie Beard, Paul Mayers, oi oi. LEJ, how you doing, man? Andrew C, oi oi. Chris Bloxham, Wibbs, Christine Barnes, Paul Mayers, D Van Pulliam. How you doing, Edward Coates, Nicola Brown, Daniel Walker, oi oi. So, you know it is. Only aircraft to shoot down something out of space. And that was in 1985. And it was going 17,500 miles per hour. You know how it is. You know, you just come back in the F-15A and go... Oh dear. Oi, oi. First flight in July 72. Entered the US Air Force inventory in November 1974. The Streak Eagle, for those that know it, broke an 8-time to climb world record between January the 16th and February the 1st, 1975. Set in the last of the 8 records, it reached an altitude of 98,425 feet in just 3 minutes. And 27.8 seconds from brake release to takeoff, and coasted to nearly 103,000 feet before descending. It was flown in its natural metal finish to reduce weight. A bit like my old Integra Type R. They got rid of the door handles. No, not the door. The window. the handles for the windows, the levers to minimise weight. They even thought about having no radio in there. I believe the Streak Eagle's in a museum. It's at National Museum, that's it, the United States Air Force. The Streak Eagle. There it is. As I mentioned yesterday at Mildenhall, and I always do at Mildenhall, I'd love another Mac Robertson race. That would just be the coolest thing ever. You know, Mildenhall to Melbourne, come on, we could do that, come on, come on. You know, that is a great thing to organise. Yeah, sounds a bit like Peterborough over there. What's going on? How are we all doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and enjoying the show. What's going on down there now?
Yeah, alright here now. My name's Reggie. RAF Regiment. Saw these pretty little planes in it. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Behave yourselves down now. Watching it and enjoying it. But I do love these pretty little planes. Just gonna do me perimeter checks, make sure it's all good. I'll be right back.
interested. Someone mentioned EPAWSS. Now, if you remember, the Typhoon has that antenna, like a nib, that sticks out above the nozzles. The ones with EPAWSS has 2 on each side. You'll see what I mean in a minute. At the back, look under the both stabilizers. On this one, there's only the one. Look, a bit like the Typhoon one on each side. Can you see that? This one has 2, look. So that would be your EPAWSS. Look at that, so I hope you got to see that. Oh, hello. I hope you got to see this. Cool. Well, that was good. Tremendous. I like that word. Very good word. So there was only a few that have been fitted with the EPAWSS. Like I said, it reminds me a little bit about the with the same system the Typhoon has. But obviously something else, of course. It's it is an advanced system. Gives it like a radar warning. Again, similar to the Typhoon. The Typhoon, just above the nozzles, the exhaust nozzles, where I think just above the chute, where the chute gets deployed, there's like a long sort of antenna nib, almost like a nib that sticks out. On the F-15E Strike Eagle, they usually just have the one under each tail. This last one, 329, you can kind of tell it's got 2 basically that stick out. It's the best way I can give you that. EPAWSS stands for Eagle Passive Active Warning and Survivability System, and that was first ones arrived in January the 16th, 2025. They don't all have them, but that's how you can tell the ones that have it. It boosts pilot awareness by autonomously detecting, identifying, locating threat systems, and the system can take proactive measures to deny, degrade and disrupt those threats. So again, handy to have. The Eagle lives on. Thanks a lot for that, Kevin.
How are you doing, fella?
Hey man, how are you, sir? All right?
Not so bad, thank you.
You all good?
Yeah, just about.
Good.
I don't think they'll be heading up to North Yorkshire because we haven't seen them for weeks. Not over my place.
No, really?
No.
Nah.
Nothing. The F-35s haven't gone out yet again.
Yeah. Yeah, they've all gone out.
Yep.
Been a good day. Been a good day.
Mm. Been worth watching. Oh, hey up.
Yeah.
It's up to me. I know it's not. Those 2 green lights over there. Yep.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. All right. So Jake, thank you very much for 2 years membership with the Ted Coningsby channel. Thank you very much with the Ted Coningsby Posh Officers Club. Thank you for your two years service. That's 24 months. Who's put morning all. Thank you very much, Jake, with the carrots. Simon Watchon, high five, Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Aaron R, Guards March, coming over to Ted HQ in April. Can't wait. Nice. Stefanos Gregoris, thank you very much for your super sticker, Guards March. 875, thanks for the super chat. But Lockheed's Martin. John Minter, thank you very much for the super chat. For Nikos, for keeping the veterans' memories alive. Thank you very much. Diamond Paint with Diamond Dave. I come for the Jets and stay for the history lessons. Thank you very much for that. Jojo, thanks for the super chat. Just love hearing the youngsters engaged. Hashtag Ted family and TCS family. Thank you very much. Guards March. Wibbs. Hello there, Wibbs. Completed my gestation period. Thank you very much. 9 months. Richard the Wig Guy, member for 8 months. Ted, you are the best. Guards March and oi oi. Oi oi to you, Richard. Ginger Bailey, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. And another one as well from Wee Stevie Boy, Guards March. Stephen Billings, Air Godzilla. Where is the Puma fly past coming from? There's a lot on the social media. They're doing a whole variety over 2 days. But it will be at Marrenby over Honington. There's Cranwell, Leeming. There's quite a few places it's going, and Northern Ireland as well. Wee Stevie Boy, Guards March, thank you very much for the super chat. Catherine Burkett, member for 21 months. Oi oi oi, thank you very much. Daniel Walker, also 21 months with a Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron membership and Spanner Flight service. It's been a ride, all thanks to the TCS. Thank you very much. Nicola Brown, Guards March, the best aviation channel and the best chat. Guards March to Goofy Goober 5892's put oi oi. Thank you very much. Hope you're all good. Ah, yeah, Jens from Germany, how are you? Yes, very good, very good. Enjoying this? Bit cold, but you must behave yourselves. Oh, good day, mate. How you doing? Ah, who are you? It's Ozzie, innit? Ah, good day, Ozzie. How are you? Yeah, I'm alright. I'm just looking for my mates. I ain't seen him. I don't know if you've seen him. Well, I'm looking for someone as well. I'm looking for Captain Weber. Have you seen Captain Weber? Well, I don't know. What's he look like? He looks, he's quite a bit still though. Something coming in. Well, Nichols would better get them. You must find Captain Weber. You must tell me where he is. I'm looking for Weber. Calm down, Jens. Calm down, mate. Give us a... Two there in the back. Beautiful.
More noise, yes. Hucknall, come here.
Holding back the years.
Yes. That's it, my personal singer. Come along.
Beautiful. So a couple more. There's this one here now and another one just behind it. They all seem to be using the ILS. This is the instrument landing system. For a long time, haven't we? Oh, we got another one. There we go. Beautiful. Using the aero braking. Look at that. Beautiful.
Oh, just done me checks here now. Right, Reggie, tell one Reggie. All regiment. We got mush like an antenna there now. So you're enjoying these pretty little planes. They're quite busy round here, isn't it, there now? Well, with regiment, what we do, we keep our feet on the ground there now. That's how we do it round there now. Like to make sure the perimeter's all good. Airfield secure. It's all very well flying these pretty little planes, but who's going to look after the ground and all the crew, innit? That's what we do round here. Yeah, sometimes we, you know, we need a bit of backup. What was that move again? Left, right, back, forward. Either way, I'm just blowing into this guy. Just go away there. What was it? I've forgotten the move now, innit? Back, kick, forward. Oh dear, Gina. Not here now. Oh, I remember it now. Forward, back, kick. Special move, Reggie. That your service ain't doing around there now. What seems to be the problem around there now? Don't know, Reggie. There's a lot going on around here now. Got too many pretty little planes and lots of people to look out for. Got to make sure the perimeter's all done. All right. Well, there's two of us. Half the job, innit? That's right, Reggie. I know, Reggie. What's that? Yeah, I know. I can smell that as well. I smell barbecue. Oh, I might have to put the work on hold, mate. Yeah, anything for chucking. Chucking's good for you. I know. Should we go to Chuckingham Palace? Yeah, let's go to Chuckingham Palace. What about KFC? Now you're talking. Oh.
Good day to you. Lakey, have you seen Captain Weber? Oh, dearie me. We must find Captain Weber. Where do you think? Locate him with your horns at once. Bitter, shoot against the bitter. Bundesliga.
It's been a good day, hasn't it, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope you've all enjoyed it. Been a great day. Johnny B, Oi Oi, Davey, Blocks, Robert Brassel, Andrew C, Argan, Ellie J Approach, Mr. Chicken 3010, Margot. How we all doing? Davey, how's it all going? All right? Hope we're all good. So just the pretty much lots of strike eagles to come back, and that would be it. Well, I hope you've all enjoyed today. It's been an absolutely brilliant day.
What up? How we doing, you all? Name's Casey. How we doing? I'm from West Coast. Hope you're all right. I'm from the 100th LRS. Just making sure it's so fine around here. There's my boys. How you doing? That's my boys. Yeah. We got what you need.
Oh, g'day, mate. Excuse me, sir.
How you doing there, Ozzie?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just trying to find my way around here. I think I'm supposed to meet someone.
Well, what they look like?
Well, they're wearing camo. They're a bear, and yeah, they're wearing a uniform.
All right. Any more details?
Not really. Just thought I'd be hanging out. I was told to meet him in the viewing area. But oh, I know. His name's Andy.
Andy? I don't see no Andy around here. Handy Pandy? I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I don't see no one waiting around looking for you.
Never mind. Well, I'll just have to look over there and wait.
Yeah, you do that, son. You do that. You take care now. Behave yourself. We got what you need. Except for Andy.
Well, what am I supposed to do now? All this way over there, and yeah, maybe wait for a C-17 and head back to Australia. Go see my mate Mick. Where'd they go? Well, I don't know. They left. Oh, never mind. Mine, there you go. G'day. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope you've all enjoyed the show. How you doing, Grand Crew Drew? We hope you're all good. It's where me Ted Coningsby lanyard. We sell lots of stuff on the Ted Coningsby website. Yeah, when I was in it, my mates thought I was a bit balmy because when we saw a Phantom, well, first of all, the Phantom, I fell in love with that F4. Thing is, all my mates, they wanted to fly the thing. I didn't. I wanted to fix it. I mean, we're the ones responsible for keeping aircraft flying, right? I know the pilot actually flies it, but we actually lend it to him. Do you know what I mean? That's right. It's a bit chilly round here, a bit Stevie Bold, isn't it? What's going on? Where's the current bunk gone? Dear oh dear, it's nearly summer. Who'd have thought it? Dear oh dear, bet Rod Stewart can't write about this. Dear oh dear, unbelievable. Never mind, never mind. But hey, if you're watching it on the wobbly jelly or your dog and bone or even your lamb chop, as we're in the future now, aren't we? In the future of technology. If you're on the old lamb chop, don't forget to give us a like button. That's right. Hope you've been enjoying it. I've been working hard with the fighter generation squadron. I've been just looking around. That's right. Make sure all the aircraft are all tip top, ready for the next one. Right. Where's all the rest of them? Gonna have to find out where they are. Goodness me. Freezing round here. Freezing me salmon gills off round here. Oi. What's going on round here? I'm gonna have a word with the old current bun. See what's going on. What's going on over there? Cool. Look at those trucks, eh? There's a lot going on round here, innit? But hey, see you soon. Wish you well. The show's not over. I know that's our outro, by the way.
RSVP, oi oi, El Toro 66, oi oi, Benjamin Freezing, how you doing? Hope you're all good. Stu Footer, Blocks, Han, hope we're all well. Here we go. So, here comes another arrival. So just a few left to go before we finish up the show. What have we got here now? It sounds a bit different, doesn't it? F-15 E-Strike Eagle. It sounds a little bit different, doesn't it? That was the sound of a chilled. Oh, hello. Chicken is ready. Your chicken is ready. Is it? Look at this. Just when you thought it was over, trouble. Here comes trouble. Thanks a lot, everyone. I've just seen nearly 2,000 likes. That's very, very impressive. Thank you all so much. And don't forget to get yourself official Ted Coningsby merchandise, Lady Sheds teddy bears from baseball hats. Our official Ted Coningsby fweep baseball hats available, tedconingsby.co.uk. You know it is. beautifully embroidered. Ah, yeah. We got patches, key tags, t-shirts, hoodies, jumpers. We got loads of stuff on there. Go and check it out, tedconingsby.co.uk. Wristbands, bags. High-vis vests as well. And with air show season approaching, high-vis vests as well have been brilliant for your little ones as well. Triple 5, triple Nick, 2 right. Get the Teds out, get them out. How's it going, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Lakenheath. Hope we're all good and enjoyed the show so far. I say so far, we've been active since 7 AM, I think, haven't we? Thanks a lot for getting the Teds out. Triple 5, triple Nick, what's going on? I'll just grab a cup of tea, I think. Bring it up here so I don't miss this one. This looks good. Here we go. Send it. Ribbons, look at this. And it's gone.
I mean, I fly kites. No, there's not straight down because they go into it. So if you suggest 55,
Oh, here comes trouble.
Well, if you have all the boys, you just watch him. I mean, there's him, there's the other one you can watch, which is Big Jet TV as well, which is really down Heathrow. I mean, we literally do that on a Sunday morning.
Here we go. F-15. Sound a little bit different. I wonder if it's just the atmosphere. That's the thing with Lakenheath. So they can go on all day. But of course it is potluck, as you know. We've had a total of 3 days where one where we had zero, completely zero, and the other two it was just the C-17 all day. That was on Halloween, and not long ago, was it? Was it last week that happened? Anyway, or the week before last, actually.
So she comes with us to watch some parade. Well, she doesn't know what it is yet. She's at the top. She loves coming over here. She loves coming over here. She loves coming over here. She loves coming here because she loves to do it. All she does is scream, Teddy! She just screams at the telly. Shouts at the telly. Yeah, so we think this is kind of last year. So just give that F-35 so they go down the bottom and they go down to the left. But if they land somewhere, something else.
Go. Let's ride. £3,000 of thrust. I love them with the external missile rails. Yeah, you sacrifice stuff, but you want to be seen in defense. This is my area. Don't mess with these. Beautiful F-35. These are the A variant. We did talk about all these three different variants earlier in the show.
So for those asking about the fweep, again my little simplified answer, it is the exhaust nozzles that's the end product of that. So when they open and close, they will make that fweep sound. So they're open out and then you'll see that go like that, and then it will go fweep. Now the reason for the delay is that we are a quarter of a mile away from that runway and the EOR, and the EOR is probably just a little bit further, maybe just short of a third of a mile perhaps. Yeah, so what it is inside here to control the exhaust nozzles, they are different on different engines. Okay, so for example the Typhoon doesn't sweep because it's hydraulic, it's controlled with oil, like it would be like mechanical, perhaps oil. The reason for these doing the sweep sound is controlled by the convergent exhaust nozzle control, which control the actuators. Can't remember how many there are on a Pratt & Whitney F100 with the exhaust nozzle, but it's unique to the Pratt & Whitney's F100 family, so it could be in an F-16 or an F-15. And the convergent exhaust nozzle control, the SENC, that controls, and it's the air on pushing through the actuating system that opens and closes those, and because the air shoots through, I think it's almost supersonic speed, you know. Don't quote me on that, I can't remember if it is, but it's that pressure of that air just being pushed through that's generated from the actuating system that makes that little sweep sound. So it's the air causing that, so sweep, sweep. There you go, that's as basic as that. Reason for the newer F-15EX and the SAs and QAs is because one, the GE, not because it's a different engine, but the actuating system has a non-pneumatic. So pneumatic is what causes the sweep sound. Try to simplify it as possible. You can go into a lot of depth with it, but ultimately it's the sound made from the opening and closing of the exhaust nozzles.
Yeah. I literally was just going to walk and get one, and then I literally got halfway and my it's gone. Don't think there's some things and toilets. That's the only downside. No. But then again, there is a public toilet just down the road there.
I will be having cadet talks this year again, yes of course. Not tomorrow, but I will be doing where possible, of course, because it's from now until October, it's going to be very busy for the channel. But yes, we'll be doing the cadet talks again. It's something that I will, you know, it doesn't bother me, you know, it's something voluntary I will do because it helps our recruitment, our future generation. It's something really important for me to do, as well as talking about the history and the importance of our Air Force and the prospects of it all, the ultimate goal. And it's, you know, if Ted is an inspiration for one recruit, so be it. That's obviously, that's done, that's a job done, isn't it? That is job done with helping our future generation to join the Air Force. So I think it's a really important thing for me to do as well. I know it potentially, I've got to fit this in around the streams as well. I will take a day off, I don't mind to do it. If it's going to push our recruitment, if it's going to inspire one child to join the Air Force, for me, that is I'd rather do that. That is an ultimate goal, which is why one day I will be a volunteer in like a heritage centre. I'd love to do that as my ideal retirement. Yeah, but hey, you know, it all helps. It all adds, you know, and passes on for information, and that's the most important thing. And I was quite, you know, I'm proud, you know, the fact that I'm not in the Air Force. I'm not, you know, I've never served, so it's lovely to deliver something, because at the end of the day, I've always said this a long time ago, it's like Bruce Lee's teacher. He wasn't the best
karate expert, whatever, but he was good at teaching. So it's how you deliver it. Okay, so you know, a QFI, a qualified flying instructor, may not be the best pilot, but is good at teaching. So that's kind of like the difference of what I'm trying to say. So the best pilot might not be good at, you know, teaching. That's why not every single pilot is going to become a QFI. It depends how you teach. Yes, it helps to know the subject from experience, but in the end, you can know the basics and make your own recipe and then project that information out to the next one, which is a future generation, which is the Air Cadet. So it's a big thing for the channel for me, I feel, because, you know, it's been invited by someone, the OC of a Air Cadets, to ask me to talk to their cadet. I think that's just brilliant. I suppose it's like, you know, like TED Talks, isn't it? Like literally TED Talk, and inspiring and talking about literally what I do, how I got to know everything, how I got to learn stuff. And then I thought, well, because of the fun approach to the channel, maybe I can deliver that to our cadets. So something I will do. Yes, I've already got one this week, but I'm not able to make it. It's just trying to fit it all in, unfortunately. This can happen. I'm trying to fit something in, and yeah, it's just one of those things where I can't always be there every day. There is a lot of squadrons out there all over the country. I'd like to do them one by one, but it's something I will try to fit in on this busy period now between now and October. It's just, and then it'll probably get to end of October and I'll realise it's November, and then guess what? It's the TED party, number 3.0. 3.0 TED party, an end of year party where we get to choose one charity or something to raise money for, and this year it will be Just Jane. We've gone for that, and yes, there are still tickets available. There's about 40 left, held at the Petwood Hotel at Woodhall Spa, so we're looking forward to that. Same we're going to roll it out the same way as last year, and yeah, go from there. Should be good fun. Hope to see you there.
I don't know how he does it today. I don't know how he talks to himself today. He can hear it.
Yeah, he's good.
I remember the days where your car was nearby and there was a mirror underneath.
To be honest, this isn't close. If you go to Nottingham, literally Nottingham, you can stand at the end of the fence there. The end of the runway.
Captain A, thank you very much. Oi oi to you.
They had a 747 car delivering a load of stuff, and I did get rid of them.
So, okay, I'll tell you what, here's another thing, right? Here's one more angle of approach, the way I do it. All right, here's another thing. So, for those that know me through the channel or know me in the background and know about the channel itself, I had no idea about any of the stuff. I mean, literally, I did not know the start of when the First World War, didn't know what runway numbers were, and, hate to say it, didn't know what a Typhoon was. I thought the Red Arrows were just, you know, just turn up, you know, just get in their red planes and just start, you know. I had no idea about any of this. You heard the gentleman, Barry, my mate here, asking me, like, quick fire questions about certain stuff, and I'm like, my God, 4 years ago, wouldn't have a clue. Would not have a clue. I thought the Tornado was still flying with the Royal Air Force. Wish it was, but hey. So, the way I learned is, so I learned in a particular way, and here's the main point. I thought that if I think like that, maybe there are other people. Maybe there are other people that don't know that the Red Arrows train 5 days a week, 3 times a day. Did you know that? I didn't know that. Did you know about the Typhoon being, like, you know, around 82% carbon composite? Did you know about the runway numbers? Did you know about the SSR and how that works with a transponder? However, I got to learn it in a very fun way. So when I do my diagrams and drawings, such as this, such as that, it's basic. It's done basic. I'm not going to go into physics. I'm not going to go into the pressure and get all that PhD stuff out and start going on about the even though it's more accurate, I get that. I could go into the detail about the combustion phase, the pressure, how much pressure. I've seen stuff like this. Yes, it's great, but it's not the Ted Coningsby channel that way. I've wanted to veer away from that. So for some very, you know, there are a lot of knowledgeable people out there, and it's not required in the channel to go into too much depth, because if someone threw that at me when I was trying to learn, I'd be like, what? You know, I didn't draw the rest of that engine for the nozzles. It's, you know, I could just go fweep, 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 fweep. That's it. Yeah, but I just thought I'd add a little bit on. You know, it's stuff like that. The generic jet engine, you know, yeah, there are the process of the combustion, the pressure, the heat, how many degrees it is. Do we really need to know that? Maybe if we're going to go into in a more, if you are going into that role, if this was a channel about making jet engines, about physics, yes, but there's only so much I can put in for a broad audience, because I feel that, you know, there could be someone out there like me 4 years ago, and just little bits at a time. Yes, I can add a little bit of extra at a time as we go along, which is great. We can evolve that kind of thing. So this is why I've kept it just right, just on the limit. So, you know, although there might be some elements missing, I just feel that there's some bits that don't need to go on yet. Except for Andy. So that's the EPAWSS. That's the way I've tried to do it. In that respect. All right, so I get there's bits missing out of it. I get that. You know, it's not going to be 100% covered in every single aspect, but the main goal is to give you the basics of how things work. Okay, sorry to hear the news. Rest in peace to your old warrant officer. Ah, Mr. Coop. God bless. Thanks a lot, Jojo. Neil Hornsby, thank you very much. It's been a very entertaining, enthusiastic individual. If you're on, I'm watching. Last time you were at Lakenheath, you were there. Next time I'll pluck up the courage to speak to you. Great work, Nikos. Oh, bless you. Thank you very much.
It was literally 100 feet above us. It was, well, yeah, you're right.
David Brown, thank you very much. El Toro 66. I run on 25% T as well, don't forget that.
Yeah, he was my favourite bird.
So we will pack up very shortly, just to give you an idea of our time here.
The road that you used to get, you can get, there's an old aircraft, government factory, just in the end of the runway, just huge, built, and you can stand and swing.
Sounds like our aircraft coming in now. Here we go.
it's a twin double-seater.
That's the closing down. You can get reverse, then
If you see on the back of his cap, it says, everyone's really friendly. Everyone will talk to everyone. It's nice.
Sergey, thank you very much. Sergey Higuanin, thank you very much from Switzerland. Thanks for tuning in. Hope we can resolve the postage option online for you. I'll try and sort that for you. Janusz Godsis, how you doing? So yeah, we'll make this one our last arrival, I think. There we go. They all just sound so different over there. It must be the... Hang on, well, not this one, the last one. We'll do another one then. They just sound different. It must be something to do with the humidity or the I don't know, the barometer. I have no idea. The atmospheric pressure. I have no idea. The ILS as well. So again, haven't gone into too much detail. ILS, instrument landing system. This is part of it here. This does the vertical frequencies. This is the localizer. This does the lateral frequencies. And it just sends signals to the aircraft frequencies. Pilot just matches them up in the middle. Job done. That's a really basic way, but I'll explain in more detail another day. As you know, I do go into detail with the ILS, because it is very, very fascinating.
Gossing out, depending on what ends, if they're taken off.
Beautiful. And just a quick one before I go. This is what's called a glide slope antenna. This sends frequencies to inform the pilot if they're too high or too low, and the pilot just matches that in the middle. Brilliant. However, just to let you know, this localizer here, this is the localizer for runway 05. This is sending the frequencies that way, so the localizer for 23 is down there. All right, this is the antenna for 23, and where's the antenna, the glide slope antenna for 05. Still got another one to go, maybe two more. Is that one more? So I'll just see off this flight of how many. So with the localizer, because it's frequencies, it's that accurate, this is why you could almost pretty much draw a straight line, because the pilots use it, especially what's called in IFR, instrument flight rules, in bad weather, etc. Low visibility, ILS is perfect. It's a landing aid at the end of the day. Here's a question, probably no idea why. fire extinguishers, lime green. Well, they're not quite lime green, but reasons for not red. I bet you there is an actual reason why they're not red. Answers on a postcard. So we're just finishing off now, and a guards march and a high five to Joshua. Thank you very much, man. High five to you for that. He was gifted a Ted Coningsby membership. Thanks, man. Guards march, and regards to Frankie. Hi, Frankie. Joshua Haddock as well, who's put thanks for the last 8 months. Been great being part of this community. Thanks, man. A guards march to you there, man. And Ali and Dave as well. High five.
Oi!
Oi, oi! Is that you, is it? Yeah. Ali and Dave? Yeah. Oi, oi! A guards march watching live. Live. To Ali and Dave, a guards march. Welcome to the TCS Posh Officers. Well, there we go. That was an unexpected surprise. I love that. That was good. So, ladies, gents and teddy bears, thank you. Yep, thank you very much, ladies, gents and teddy bears. So, let me just check behind me. There's nothing else. That is it for the show. So I hope you all enjoyed that today. Hope you had a really good day. And welcome to those that joined us today for this thrilling, exciting show here at the 48 Fighter Wing. It's been a great day. It's been a long one as usual, but we love that. It's been good. A nice mix of action today. Been really good. We had a couple of quick climbs as well, which was great. Quick Climb Tuesday. If you get more than one, it's classed as Quick Climb Tuesday, right? So, cool. Thanks a lot, Perry, who's put cleaning agent in the extinguisher. Really? Well, there you go. Well, thank you. That is why they're green, because it's got a cleaning agent in the fire extinguisher. So it's to let you know it's a cleaning agent in there rather than the one that you can use on your computer or your frying pan. Don't know why that's funny. Anyway, we got an arrival. So I'll tell you what, I end it like this. It's going to be a pretty good ending. So 48 Fighter Wing, thank you very much for today. It's been amazing. And our viewers, thank you so much. So my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. So for the last time for today, see you soon. Wish you fweep. How am I going to do this? See you soon. Wish you well. There's another one. Okay, mate. We'll do one more. There's another one. Why not? Why not? Well, this will be a nice outro. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears,
we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the TED Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the TED Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Aw, yeah.
Golf India, Brian Stone,
Go down.